Hello. Hello and meow to you too. Hello. Oh, hold on. Literally all my stuff disconnected. Cannot have anything. Come on, work with me. Here, give me a second actually. I don't need hand tracking on this model. Okay, there we go. Oh, hold on. Not yet. Better? Yeah, okay, that's better. Let me make sure. Okay, yeah, we're good. Welcome Gamer Tower DX. Well, as soon as I started talking, all of my USB related stuff disconnected. So I don't know if you'd call that winning, but maybe I'll win at the game, I don't know. Should I wear birthday hats? Because it's been a couple days since my birthday, but I didn't stream for it, so maybe I'll put them on. Hold on. Yeah, we can do that, because I'm playing a game that I got for my birthday. Hold on, I need to move my drink out of the way. Can't hardly see nothing. Hold on. We got this. I haven't seen the Chibi-Ryu in party hats, so I think I'm allowed. Okay, there we go. This is my honorary couple days late birthday stream because I was too dead to stream on my birthday. And yeah, Chibi-Ryu is out for the rhythm game because Chibi-Ryu is the real gamer here, clearly. So yeah, my friend Dordas gave me a game that was on my wish list, and I was like, yeah, I want to play it. I want to play it on stream. And then I might do some art later on because it's art fight, obviously. Like, yeah, it's still July. So I need to do art, but I wanted to play a game first. So yeah, I will go ahead and I'll get that up and running. I actually tested it this time to make sure it would actually work. So we should be good. I've never played this game before. I've watched some people play, like, a little bit of it, but I don't know much about it. So, we will see how it is. You play it with the spacebar, I figured out. I started a save to make sure it was all working properly, and... yeah. Okay, come on, work with me. Up here. There it is. So yeah, early access... I think this game has flashing lights. Let me check the volume. Oh, that is way too loud. Okay, hold on. Hold on. There we go. Let me know how that is. So, let me start with just this one. There's a tutorial that I played, so we'll play the tutorial then. Okay, you're all set up. You know, you're our first remote intern, we could really use the help. I actually started up a game because the calibration took so long. It's a ranked match, so I can't quit out right now, I'm almost done. Your first patient's over there, Dr. Page can help you out. Ian, this was your job. Sorry. Okay, so we treat patients suffering from different chest pains and heart conditions. You treat patients by pressing your spacebar on the 7th beat. Okay. So, this game has some, like, flashing lights and stuff, if I remember right. So I don't know how much of this I'll be able to play if it gets too bad, but it should be okay. Congratulations. Okay. This is all I played to, so I haven't seen anything past this, like, on my own. Looks like we're ready to move on. I lost my match, though. We've got a lot of patience to treat, so let's get started. So yeah, this is a one-button rhythm game. Which... I've never actually played one that had only one button. Everyone I've played has at least two. Ah. Those offbeat ones messed me up. What's my rank? What did I get? Okay, I'll take A+. You did it! You'll be a huge help in getting to all these people. It's been crazy around here. Good job, not a bad sense of rhythm either, that'll be perfect. Let's move on. We've got a new patient in here today, an adolescent. You can help him in the same way. Be sure to check your pager for some basic patient info I jotted down when they were admitted. Alright, let's go. Okay, so that's 1-1. He's a janitor. Did you see that samurai looking dude? What's his deal? Is he like going to a convention or something? Patient experiencing sudden heartstring. He seems to have something weighing on his mind. Did I say the wrong thing to her? My chest feels tight. Oh no. Before we move on, some tips. New kind of patient. The heart skips a beat. So I said it to be quiet instead of silent because, I'm really bad when it's completely silent. Hopefully you can snap him out of it. Okay. Level 2. Doctor, you've gotta help me. My heart's not feeling too good. Oh no. I don't know what to do. I'll probably be a little quiet while I'm still, like, figuring everything out with this. What? Another patient is insisting on being treated in here as well. Uh-oh. Is that all? Yay!
S plus. Good job.
There we go. Good job, intern. Well, hey, Haley, I had no idea you were here too. Yeah, well, funny story, you said something about having to go to the hospital, and then you never texted back to explain why. So I kinda started freaking out thinking you got sick. I got so worried my chest started to hurt, so my parents had me come here too. I didn't think it'd be so musical, though. Or experimenting with some new methods. When I heard that you were on this floor too, I wanted to come visit. Oh, cool. Sorry, that last time we talked, I got flustered. I think I said something stupid. What I meant was... No, don't worry about it. At least we have plenty of time to hang out while we're stuck here. You can tell me whatever was really on your mind, okay? Alright, that's probably enough for now. Let's let Logan get his rest. Jeez. Alright. So, we haven't explained the whole musical doctoring process yet. We kind of pulled you straight into the deep end. Sorry about that. Thankfully, you're a quick learner. And do you think you can explain the program? It's more your thing. Alright, the Rhythm Doctor program is a new experimental healthcare initiative. It's a music-based cardiological treatment. By listening to the patient's heartbeat and synchronizing with it, we can calm the irregularities. It's quick and can save a lot of lives. Plus, interns can perform this treatment remotely. There's shorter waiting times and less work piled on the staff. It's a win-win situation. That's the idea, at least. As long as all goes well, we can... Ian, did you finish setting up that remote connection? Yes, sir. As you can see, our new intern is here, and... Very good. Well, let's not be overconfident. There's still a lot that both of you should be getting to. The shift has only just started. Ensure that every patient is personally seen to. Imagine I'm not interrupting some sort of break. Not at all. You were just... Submit a report about the program by the end of the day. Don't mind him. That's our... Well, don't worry about it. We should show you around so you can meet the rest of the patients. You should be able to shift your video display around the hospital to... Hold on. Something's happening. One of our patients needs help immediately. That can't be good. Bro? You're up, intern. Remember, just stay calm and keep counting to 7. No matter what happens. So, for my birthday, I went to a ramen shop, and it was really good. And I want to go back. Already? I want more of their food. Sword wielding... What's happening? Sword wielding patient has had chronic tiredness for the past 7 years. No medicines have been effective. Rhythmic defibrillation advised. No, this sunk review stash. Ugh. Like something's messing with your connection. Could it be... the Wi-Fi signal jamming virus? Oh, did I do it? I think I did it. With only like 1 damage, or whatever. Yay! I'm winning! Phew, great work. His heartbeat got really erratic, but it looks like you had it under control. And what was all that? What is that supposed to happen? No, that strange virus is disrupting the intern signal. It even was messing with the cardiogram. It should be fixed now, but I'll look into it. Just a small hiccup in the process. Hopefully it doesn't persist. Let's move on for now. Got it. Looks like we're done with this set of patients. Let's move on to the next ward. Okay. Oh, what is that? Oh! We can customize the sleeve. Oh no, they can't let me do this. I'll save that for later. The SVT ward. Either I'm going crazy or there are 2 sword fighting dudes walking around. I don't get paid enough for this. He's in the zone. Oh no. Ready for something new? Now we're in the super ventricular trachycardia ward. Patients here have 2 beats instead of 7. Okay.
Ready, get, set, go.
Oh, okay.
And stop. Ready, get, set, go.
Okay. I understand.
And stop.
Hit and hit it. Let's move on. It doesn't matter when. Okay. Alright. A spider. This is a completely controlled environment. It's a medically trained professional spider. Before we do this, do spiders bother you? I don't care. Okay, let's meet the little spy.
Ready, get, set, go.
Well, that was perfect. Okay. Do I play whatever that means? I don't know. Okay. Here we go.
Ready, get, set, go.
I like the background on this one. I zoned out and it was all over. Don't mind me. What the heck?
Set, go.
Okay, there we go. What, a bee?
A plus.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's really nice. I like the art. What the heck? This is not right. Bro was like, yeah, here, I'm just gonna walk over a few steps and I'm another level. Like, what the heck? High caffeine diet. Sheesh. I didn't say anything because I have to like count on these ones. Hi again. There's something else. What the heck? What? Okay, I already know.
Ready, get, set, go. And stop.
Okay, now you should learn how to deal with attacks. The heart rate doubles? What? Oh. Okay.
Ready, get, set, go. Ready, get, set, go. And stop.
That's not right. That's messed up.
Ready, get, set, go. 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 Get,
Ugh, that was so bad. I don't like that. Keeps drinking coffee lately, now he's experiencing caffeine-induced attacks. Just need to keep him stabilized. Okay. I don't know if I'm gonna do this on the first try.
Get set go.
I'm not trusting.
Get set go. Ready, get set go. Get set go. Get set go. Ready, get set go. Get set go. Get set go.
Ugh, that was rough.
A plus.
That was so hard. What the heck? I wasn't expecting it to get even faster. Alright, good stable again. Listen, I promise everything will be okay. If you're leaving this much coffee per day for the sake of your music, maybe there's something deeper going on. Try some other things that can inspire you. If you can find something, it should weaken the dependency. Doesn't sound easy, but fine, I'll try. Okay, this rhythm method helps with symptoms, but I wonder if it can really treat addiction. We usually need to tackle the issue at its root. It's complicated. I can't talk today. Speaking of addiction, there's another patient we should check in on. She's actually on shift, so let's go visit. What is this? Oh, it's locked. What on earth? Okay. The barista at the hospital cafe is experiencing symptoms maybe tied to frustration. Administer treatment during rush hour. This job is such a drag. Oh God, I feel it. I understand. A new type, of course. They can swing? No! I don't want... No! Can't have anything.
Ready, get set go. Stop.
This is bad. I don't like this. No! No! You can't do this to me! No! You're
Get
gonna...
set go. Ready, get set go. Get set go. Ready, get set go. Get set go. D get set go. Get set go. D get set go. Stop.
That's so bad. Ugh. I don't like that. No! Okay. Oh, this is so cute!
Get, set, go. Ready, get, set, go. Ready, get, set, go. 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 Ready, get, set, go. Ready, get, set, go. 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 Get, set, go. And stop. Get, set, go. And stop. B plus.
B plus, yeah. That was horrible. True though, true though. She was like chucking those coffees and they weren't even going everywhere. Thanks for the save back there. I noticed that. I know, the smoking, I promised I would stop. It's the only thing that gets me through these absolute hell shifts. It calms me down. Are you interested in quitting? I can help you if you want. I've tried before, but if you have any tips, that'd be great. I understand completely. I can help. We can work on it together. Oh, by the way, this is our new intern, the one behind the screen. I'll be able to help you with any chest pains or irregularities you feel. Thanks, that's good to know. You two might be the only cool people around here. That Ian guy always has his nose in his laptop. Those high schoolers just whisper and giggle to each other. And that other doctor dude scares me. Well, at least the guy in the red hoodie is pretty chill. He actually talks to me. Something to look forward to every day. Sorry, I'm rambling. Thanks for the save, Doc. Come back if you ever need a coffee or just want to hang. Ah, I see. No, smoking is gross and bad. Okay, nothing new. Good. Welcome, take a seat. Or you're probably sitting already. There are showers ever, so things should be a little more low-key. Make yourself comfortable. There's a dusty keyboard over there. Maybe you can toy around with it. Oh, look who it is. Band Cloud. Pass out my mixtapes person. The okay.
S plus. Good job.
So it's two of our main SVT patients having episodes in one day, and both relapse into the very habits causing it. So much for self-control. To be fair, you can't just kick a habit overnight. We should check in on them one more time before our shift is over. And you go find Cole, the intern, and I will check on the barista. Alright. Just checking in, how are you feeling? Okay, for now, my shift's almost over. I haven't taken any more smoke breaks. But anyways, so welcome everybody. Welcome in. How was your stream? What were you doing? Hi, it's me from the chat. Hello. We're playing Rhythm Doctor, which is a rhythm game. Where you press one button and you have to keep the beat, and you have to hit it every 7th beat. I haven't taken any more smoke breaks, but it's tough. Hard to stay numb during work. Coffee people are so impatient. Have you been able to take your mind off of it? Does anything help? Oh, let me shout you out! For anyone who does not know who this is my friend Berilius. They're a Japanese VTuber, who is really good at English, also. And you should totally follow them if you haven't already. Their streams are really fun and kind of chaotic. And yeah, and if you don't know me and you're from Berilius' chat, hi, I'm Hare. I'm in there like every Friday night. I try to be, at least. I try to pop in and say hi, while I'm at work. And I play games, I draw art, sometimes I make music on stream. And yeah, I like adventure games and rhythm games and stuff like that. And thank you all for coming in. And thanks again for release for the raid. Actually, that redheaded guy sent me a song he made once, and now the song's stuck in my head. Oh. So in a way, I guess that earworm sort of helps time go by. Honestly, if every customer could be more like that dude, each day would be a lot easier. What's wrong? My chest's not feeling great. It'll be okay. The intern will help. Are you ready? Stay focused on the beat no matter what. Oh no. Oh, thank you! I'm wearing it because I didn't stream for my birthday, and I got this game for my birthday from my friend Dortis. So I wore some party hats tonight. Oh, this is a boss level, okay. Musician and barista are experiencing a heightened SVT episode. Keep steady with your 2-beat treatment no matter what. But yeah, thank you again for the raid. Alright. Oh, why did it minimize? Hold on. Hold on, no. Oh, I can't full screen it. Okay. I guess, hold on. I guess this has to be windowed. I don't know why. Maybe we'll see.
Get set go.
Hold on. I'm gonna make it bigger on my screen. I don't know why it's so small. It wouldn't let me full screen it again. It just randomly, like, exited. Okay, here we go.
Get set go. I just can't refrain. Bitterness so quaint. One more shot, never again. All the excuses, always the same. All the times I tried.
Ah, I see why. It's moving around on my screen. You guys can't see it, but that's what's happening.
And stop. Get set go. They told me it's alright. They say that I'll get through. But however hard that I try, I just cannot get over you. When it all comes kicking in again. Stop! Now I'm shaken, stirred, awaken. It's taken this pain to realize the truth. You have been through all the things.
Hey, where did he go?
You can be my muse. Ready, get set, go. Now I'm shaken, stirred, awaken. It's taken this pain to realize the truth. So take the cradle.
Ah!
Take away the ready, get set, go. Take away the cradle from me. Get set, go.
I totally lost the rhythm.
I'll make my way to you. No more tries, no more nights will keep me away from you. I finally found the key to set me free.
Okay. I hope that's all because I'm almost at half. We'll see. But thank you. Yay! You did it. Okay, that was tough. Okay, now I need to change my, my screen size. It made it windowed better that it was moving it all over my monitor and stuff. Phew, that was crazy. Yeah, you're telling me. Okay, there we go. Thought my heart was gonna jump out of my chest. Same, haha. You were able to treat them both at once. Perfect. The doc is here. I probably gotta get back to my room. Haha. But maybe I could hang out here just a little longer while Nicole closes up. I could whip up something decaf for him, promise. Fair enough. You're not in trouble or anything. You know, Doc, I don't think you guys should worry about me. I think you said about finding inspiration to keep making music. I think I can do it without the caffeine. That's great news! Habits are tough to change, but having someone to cheer you on always helps. Ha! Ha! I'm here! Finally. Cole, there you are. Oh yeah, I kind of gave him the slip, huh? You're right, Ian? Yeah, I was running as fast as I could to tell you that the virus connectivica abortus is detected again, this time in Cole and the barista. I was rushing to find you, but it looks like you already handled it. Good job, I guess? Very punctual. Anyways, these two seem to be feeling much better. I'll check in on them tomorrow. Whenever you're ready, let's head back to the main ward. Okay. Let's go! We did it! That's level 2 complete. We've checked in on Logan, Haley, Cole, Nicole, and the two guys with the swords. There's a few more patients for you to meet, and then we can see if the rhythm doctor treatments are enough to get them home. Thankfully, this new method is helping speed things along. Oh, Dr. Edega is coming. Please, don't let me interrupt your important meeting. Go on. We were done. We're just moving on. We haven't checked on Mr. Stevenson yet. It seems to take you too a while to walk down a hallway these days. Regardless, I'm only making my way over here to update you on our staffing. As you're both aware, we've had several staff members quit in the past few months. A shame how some people buckle under the lightest of pressure, abandoning us. That feeble doctor and several nurses, remember? We'd planned to have those positions filled in with new staff by now. Plans have changed. To save budget and time, we're leaving those positions vacant permanently. What? A hospital of this size can't be run by... We'll be pivoting to this Rhythm Doctors program to make up for the reduced staff. You've proven how effective this new method is. A skeleton crew should be sufficient to carry it out. Dr. Page, you'll be in charge of giving every patient their individualized attention and checkups, and you'll be in charge of facilitating this intern and any new ones you can find in these rhythm-based operations. And as you promised, making sure there are no more bugs in the program. Understood? Our hospital always needs to keep up with the changing times. I trust that you'll all keep up too. No. Oh well, my shift is over. I'm going to head home. I've still got some work to do. I'll be watching over my mother while I'm home, but hopefully I can make time to fix bugs. Good luck, both of you. I'll get back as soon as I can, I promise. Thanks, Ian. I appreciate it. Try to enjoy your break. Well, that leaves just us. Let's see. I need to check back in with Logan and Haley. I need to keep tabs on Cole and Nicole's addiction rehab. I need to check in on Mr. Stevenson. Oh no. Did someone bring a pet in here or something? Sorry, I don't have time for this. Can you follow that trail of feathers and figure out where it's coming from? I have some other things I need to handle, especially with Dr. Edega always keeping his eye on me. You're a lifesaver. I'll check back in with you. I'll circle back with you afterwards. Alright. Oh, it's a bird! Okay, hold on. I'm gonna take a drink. This game has a lot of reading. Sleepy Garden. Okay, let's go. Let's see the bird. The bird seems stressed. It's molting feathers. Oh no! Alright, let's play. You found it! Thank goodness. Is that a cockatiel in the hospital? I feel like I should be surprised. Instead, I just feel nothing. Moving on. Oh, the bird's pulse is showing up on the ECG. Okay, sure. I swear Ian always misses out on the weird stuff. It's coming in pretty faint. The monitor's not picking up the sound of every beat. You'll need to keep counting your head. Poor little thing. Nobody here has vet training. Well, it doesn't matter. Luckily, we have you, right, intern? It's Hugh. How long have you been sitting there? You know, without Ian here, you might need to start treating multiple patients at once. Bro, what? We're pretty understaffed? No! I wish I could help you with the rhythm treatments, but you're probably better off if I stick to my usual responsibilities. As you've probably seen, when you're treating multiple patients at once, their heartbeats might be off sync from each other. Listen closely from when each patient's beat starts. Okay. Uh, You'll often deal with multiple patients. Keep an ear out for each patient's distinct heartbeat sound. This is not right. You assured me a few minutes ago you'd check on Mr. Stevenson, and yet, it's interesting, when I passed his room just now, I could hear him asking. You're right. Sorry, I've got to go. Intern, you help out the bird. See you later. Oh no! Multiple at once! It just keeps getting worse. Oh, this is pretty, though. Oh, hey Haley, come quick. I found it. Why are they so off time? Ugh.
A plus.
A plus, okay. It's so hard. Alright, I'm back. I noticed something strange. Logan's heart is showing strain and irregularity again. It's like we're back to square one. I thought he'd be ready for discharge by now. Did something happen between Logan and Haley while I was gone? Anything you noticed that explains why his heart is pounding? Right, you can't say anything. Can't talk to the screen. Never mind. I need you to check back in on Logan and to stabilize his heartbeat. That samurai guy too, he needs a checkup. While you do that, I was going to help treat our elderly patient, Mr. Stevenson, but now it looks like a new patient was just admitted. Let's see how we can help him. No! Bro, who is this? Why'd he bring his stand with him? Oh my god, look! Oh my god! It's a bonus! Bruh. So we got a senior citizen requiring care. But now apparently there's a politician in here who demands to be treated first. Hey Ian, this is like straight out of our textbooks. What framework do we use to decide who to treat first? Under a fair and egalitarian... Alright, Jess, what do we do? Ian, we studied this barely a year ago. A whole medical ethics course, remember? We did? Oh, yeah, that ethics course. I didn't know that applied to real life. Oh, no. Okay, I remember now. Quality adjusted life years. Yep, exactly. How does that work? It's like a formula to calculate the value of people's time. Bro, what? And the one who has the higher value number wins, right? So between these two patients. No, Ian, it does not. If we don't treat him, we'll slash our funding next year. Case closed, the politician wins. Sorry, Gramps. Oh my god.
二三
A tutorial. That's a tutorial. You treat me. Now. Shoo, farmer boy. Oh my god. No, you come back. You're great at tutorials. Hugh, how dare he share my Good job, intern. Got 2 X's on his ECG. Was that me overwhelmed? How dare you? 100% not nervous about. Oh my god. If you fancy medgrads still want to have your job tomorrow, you better come treat me at my rally. At the what?
一二三七
Man. Stop falling apart! No! It's so over!
C plus
C plus! Oh, that was horrible. Do I have to redo it? I'm gonna try it with a slower one because that was really hard. I totally lost track of everything.
"一二三七
1, Ugh. We'll see. I don't know if that was good enough. That's really hard. That's really tough.
B plus.
Okay, that's better. Competent enough. God, it hurts. I seem to work well enough. Good job. Oh no, he's back. Here we go. What is the meaning of this? I step away for 1 second. You think you can get away with using some shabby long-distance treatment on me? Ridiculous, disrespectful. I came here for the highest quality doctors, for personalized care. Whatever happened to that? You, the disheveled-looking dropout behind the screen thingy. I just demand to know who you are. I'm reporting you to your superiors. What's your name? I'll tell you my name. Ah, that's what I'm talking about. You think you can ignore me when I'm talking to you? No manners around here. Do you know who I am? I'm Richard Hugh. I'm the nation's bloody health secretary. Bruh. Trying to pass off my delicate operation to some intern in their basement. How dare you? Just wait until I tell the cable networks. If I'm not mistaken, wasn't your party completely okay with this whole Rhythm Doctor initiative? Details. When I signed off on that, I didn't think I would get stuck with one of these bargain bin interns. I can't stay here. This place is musty and smells like shellfish. I can't wait to have a phone call with your supervisor. Good day. Well, that was something. Anyways, back to our jobs. There's an elderly gentleman who needs me, Mr. Stevenson. He keeps dozing off, so I haven't been able to speak with him yet. He's experiencing some heart block. I'll take care of it and get his x-rays done. There's a new patient here too. I haven't met them. Can you handle it for me? It's split up. Thanks. Mrs. Stevenson? Oh no! I took a fall and my heart feels off. Oh no! Before we move on, there's another condition we've been noticing. Mr. Stevenson has this kind of rhythm. Okay. Tell me about it. Heart blocks. Our heartbeats are regularly irregular. Oh god.
1、2、3、4、5、6、7。1、2、3、4、5、6、7。1、2、3、4、5、6、7。
Okay, that's not too bad, I guess.
1、2、3、4、5、6、7。1、2、3、4、5、6、7。1、2、3、4、5、6、7。1、2、3、4、5、6、7。
Okay. A trickier? No.
1、2、3、4、5、6、7。1、2、3、4、5、6、7。1、2、3、4、5、6、7。
Don't worry. Okay. Ugh. This is so gross. Thank you, Dee. Can you do me a favor? Sure. My husband, I think he's here too in another room. I'm worried about him. I usually call him every morning. Hello? Are you able to help? Oh, since you're only a finger. No! Yeesh. Is that it? Okay.
A plus.
Alright, we take that. Wonderful work on worried woman's wellness. For, Phew, I'm back. The shift is killing me. I feel like I'm running on an empty tank. I miss when we had a full staff around here. Erk, my chest isn't feeling so hot. Oh no! This is the part where Ian usually urges me to take a break. Can't afford it today. I'll drink some water and keep pushing. Hey, actually, I need a favor from you. Can you keep an eye on my heart rate? I'll be fine. It's just as a backup, you know? Ian should be back soon. We just need to hold out until handover. Here comes the nurse. She's holding a phone. I've never had such shoddy treatment at any medical establishment. It was those buffoons. They use that phony high-tech stuff, the music nonsense. Someone should fire those slackers. And one more thing, when I tell... just another day. We've got work to do. Ready? Oh no! Oh no! I'm gonna treat Paige! Okay, well, I think this is the last boss I'll do, depending. And then, I might move over to do some art. Patient fell down the stairs, suspected broken femur, history of heart block requiring slunk rhythmic defibrillation. Everything's on my shoulders and that my heart feels like it's going to give out. Please help! Oh no! Let's see. Not the boss stage. Oh, morning, kitty.
I've been waiting for so long, waiting for my doctor to come. These aches been going on for days now, and I'm feeling slightly down.
I've been working night and day. Haven't had a wink of sleep. But they've been waiting for so long.
I've been waiting for so long.
And I'm the one on call this week. Heartbeat, 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 heart. Heartbeat, 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 heart.
Good morning, Mrs. Stevenson. My name is Dr. Page, and I'm the consultant on call today. How are
Well,
you?
I'm better, thank you, but it still
Understandably
hurts
so.
when I move.
You might be getting pressure sores. Has the nurse come to change your position?
No, not since
Oh
the
dear,
morning.
we'll get her here. The X-rays come in now, and there's good news, sir. You haven't broken your tailbone, and your hip is intact.
Thank heavens. I don't know why I let
Don't worry, it
myself
happens to
fall.
the best of us. But more importantly, how are you feeling?
I'm okay.
Everything well at home?
I think so,
Great,
but...
we'll get you discharged tomorrow then. Is there anything else, sir?
Well, yes, my wife hasn't called since yesterday. We always
Okay,
talk once
yes,
a day, and...
of course. We'll get the nurse to call her up and see if she's... Oh dear.
There my pager goes again. Give me strength to carry on.
Thank you, sir. Have a good rest.
This chat got my wife.
She says you got a new call, okay? I should have been done at 6.
Not the syringe. No, what? Level fail. Man. Okay. Alright, we got this. I can do it. Uh, uh.
I've been waiting for so long, waiting for my doctor to come. These aches been going on for days now, and I'm feeling slightly down.
I've been working night and day, haven't had a wink of sleep, but they've been waiting for so long.
I've been waiting for so long,
And I'm the one on call this week. Heartbeat, 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 heart. Heartbeat, 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 heart. Good morning, Mrs. Stevenson. My name is Dr. Page.
Okay,
and
we're
I'll
gonna
get
skip.
the nurse to call her up and see if she's Oh dear. There my pager goes again. Give me strength to carry on. Thank you, sir. Have a good rest.
but doc, this check on my walk.
She said you've got it to call, okay?
Often stuff disguise. Driving around in their cars.
I should have been done at 6.
Doctors are totally too long. The public deserves that care.
Did I do it? Did I do it?
To all friends that I have lost, while crossing bridges I have crossed. Tennis weddings, coffee sessions. Sorry I was never there. You see, I've been on call this week. I'm bad at getting any sleep. I'd love to catch up, I really would. But they've been waiting for so long. There you are. Handover was
Hey,
an hour ago.
sorry
What
I'm
took
late.
you so long?
I'm so sorry. My mother had another episode. The carer's running late. I couldn't just leave her there. I called up the hospital to try and let you know, but I guess they didn't.
Oh, no, they. I'm sorry to hear
It's
that.
fine. Thanks for covering, Ada. I really appreciate it. I hope the patients didn't give you too much trouble.
No, not at all. Hey, okay, so Mr. Stevenson had his fall yesterday. He's doing fine, but we still don't know if it was mechanical or syncope.
He doesn't remember?
No, X-rays are all clear.
No history of AF?
Not on the records.
Aspiration pneumonia?
No, he's not fine.
Okay, we did it. That was tough. This game is hard. I can take it all from here. Thank you, both of you. You did great. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Hi, Hawk. And I'll posture check as well. Thank you. Welcome in.
Meow.
Okay, I hydrated. Yeah, welcome in. You did great. Thanks, man. Phew. Ada, you look exhausted. You should clock out. I can handle everything. Yeah, I'll grab something to eat and make my way out. Intern, thank you. That was a real rough one. We couldn't have done it without you. Starting to feel like you're the glue holding this place together. Good luck with the next shift. When you're ready, maybe you can drop by the vending machine? I'm starving. The vending machine. If you see any big messes or spills, don't come bragging to me about it. Chances are I've already saw it already and put it on my to-do list. If I close my eyes and procrastinate long enough, maybe it'll disappear. Bruh. 8 years of med school for dinner from a vending machine. Not as glamorous as I told my friends it would be. Oh, there she is. So Dana Rowe putting off the groceries. There's just never any time. Too tired. Just need to go home, eat this protein bar and these chips, collapse, and get up in time for my next shift. Easy. Excuse me, Dr. Page? Oh, hi there. Haley, right? Yep, I wanted to, ask you something. What's that? I know that I'm supposed to be staying in my room recovering and all that, but... Would it be okay if I went on a trip and then came right back? My grandma, she asked me a favor. Her hometown is out west near the desert, but she can't leave to go visit. We have some distant family out there, and she wants me to deliver keepsakes to them, and she asked me to take pictures too. She hasn't seen the desert landscape in her hometown in so long. It's where she grew up. I know I'm not supposed to leave, but please, I'll come right back. I'm not sure. Edgar will completely explode on me if he hears about this. I'm actually clocked out for today. I need to head home. But this sounds important to you. I'll take you to eat and let's figure something out. Thank you. Leaving hospital care to take some pictures and deliver a box? Isn't there probably some driver app that'll do that for you? Plus, you can just print out some royalty-free desert photos or something. And please, it's important to her. Fine. Actually, maybe this could work. I've been working on the Rhythm Doctor program, and it should be able to work at even further ranges than we've been using, further out from the hospital's computers. This could be an opportunity for the intern to help me test it out. If the connection holds a few times over, then we'll even be able to tell Dr. Edega that we can treat even more patients. People won't even need to leave their homes to get treatment. Elderly patients and mobile patients, it could be helpful. Now, someday the waiting room will be nice and empty. So we'll let her go out for a day? Yeah, let's do it. Go clock out, Ada. Thanks for all the help. And for you, you're going to follow Haley on her train trip out west. Keep an eye on her and administer any treatments she needs. And this will be a great way to test the connection and push its capabilities. Good luck! So what I'm hearing is it's gonna have even worse internet. No, bruh. Why are you getting rolled over? What is happening to this guy? Oh, hi, Kitty. Good morning. Okay. Do you want out? No. Let me check something. I think we're gonna hold on. I'm gonna check one more thing. After I let my cat out. Go on. I love you. Okay, I'm gonna check one more thing and then we'll see what we do next. Um... Checking. Don't mind me. Okay, hold on. Yeah, we're gonna switch over and then we'll come back to this next time. This game is good though. I really like this. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. It's really difficult. I had to focus and I'm like, ugh. So yeah, I'll play this next time. Um, I really like rhythm games, so I've been meaning to play this one for a long time, and then Dordas got it for me, so I'm just like, oh, now's the time. Okay, let me swap over. We're gonna do some art. Okay, I'll turn on some music. Let me check that. Maybe a little bit louder. Let me know how that is. I've got to get my tablet out of my backpack. I didn't open the Velcro. I muted my microphone before I opened it, so the stream wouldn't get blasted with Velcro noises. Do I care to do that in a call though? No, I don't care. Okay, give me just a second. What's plugged in here? Okay, unplug this. But yeah, I really like rhythm games. I've been playing them since I was like 12, 11. And so it's been like a decade now of rhythm gaming for me. I'm in too deep. Someone get me out. No, I've accepted my fate. I have a bunch of rhythm games in my Steam library I need to try out. No! So close yet so far. Okay. Just rearranging the stuff on my desk so I can fit everything. Okay, I should probably, hold on. Pop over here. We already drew for my friend Kata, so we need to erase that. Okay, we're gonna do more art fight. If you don't know what this is a monthly, art drawing game where you post your characters and then other people post their characters and you draw for the people and other people draw for you. And then, there's 2 teams every year. This time it's vampires versus werewolves, which is amazing and I love it. And I'm on Team Werewolf because werewolves are great, even though I also love vampires. And yeah, so I'm gonna be drawing for a bunch of random people who are not me. Some of the people I know, others I don't. I have one drawing I need to do first as a revenge attack because someone drew for me. So I need to do that, and then I will go through my list and figure out who I want to draw. I was gonna do this last night, and then I didn't. Yeah, I mostly quiet down, during these, but if that's okay with you, it tends to be chill. I'll talk if I have something to say. Come on, work with me. Copy the image, please. So this character belongs to... Fox. And I'll try to stay on top of updating the credits, but I always forget. So we're drawing this character. Oh, that brush is too small. Oh no! Good luck. So, for the art fight, I've been doing drawings. I'll pull up one that I already finished. We've been doing drawings like this. This character belongs to Jill with 5 L's. But we've been doing stuff like this for art fight. This is just the style of drawing I'm doing because they don't take me very long and they look nice, I think. So that's what we're gonna be doing, like this kind of like bust with the sparkles in the background. And yeah. And I've been trying to do, every time I've streamed this, I've been trying to do like 6 of them. Like 6 drawings for people. I don't know if I'll do that many this time, but we will see. But we're gonna do as many as I feel like it before I get tired and then I don't want to draw anymore. I'm always tired. The EP. I'm not EP though. I wanna make like a sound thing where Maki says like so EP. I think that'd be really funny. That's my life. A peace sign. I don't have thumbs or fingers on this. Also, Hawk, you say that with the thinking emos, but I literally have chronic insomnia. I literally have like a sleep condition. Yeah. I'm like, I'm sure I'm told Hawk that. Have I tried sleeping? Here's the thing. I do not control the weight at which, I sleep. Nah, man, I knew someone, and he was like, maybe you should just try reading before bed. Like, bro, you think I haven't tried that? Yeah, I have. It doesn't really help me at all. Lately, what I've been doing, yeah, I tried it. Trust me, I tried it. My mom suggested it. And I was like, I'll try it, and then it didn't do anything for me. Lately it's gotten like a little bit better sometimes, because I have a sleep mask, so it's like pitch black, and then I'll just like put something on and try to fall asleep to that. But sometimes I have a headache, so I can't wear it because it's too tight, and like, it has to be basically off for it to not hurt my head. And then sometimes it doesn't help, and I just like lay in the dark awake. But it has helped a little bit. Like, it's fine though, it's fine though. I make do. I just change my lifestyle around it instead of trying to, like, you know what I'm saying, you know what I'm saying. Like, instead of working normal people hours, I work third shift. Because I'm already awake. What is this song? It's from SpongeBob, of course it is. Somehow that totally checks out. This is tough. Hold on. Hello, stream elements. Yeah! Yeah! It was so funny. I love Animal Crossing. Oh, hold on. She has like... Ah, no! She has like elf ears. Okay, hold on. I need to redraw those. They're really cozy. I used to play it a lot, when I was in high school. I think this is my, like, not at all hot take, because I think everyone agrees with me. I think New Leaf for the 3DS is the best one. New Horizons was like okay, but the NPCs are arguably the most important part of the entire game, and they are just not very good in New Horizons, and then they stopped like updating it at all like years ago. So it's just like, whoops, uh-oh, half-finished game. After the initial hype wore down, that game it's just not as good as New Leaf. I'm sorry. I played New Leaf like every day for years, and I cared about it. I have not played New Horizons in so long. It's just like, whatever. I have a lot of people I really like in my town on New Horizons, but I've heard all their dialogue and I've done all my renovating. And there's no appeal for me. It's missing so much of the stuff that I really enjoyed. So, yeah, I recommend New Leaf for 3DS. You can get it for like, or at least when it was like the 3DS was still the main console, you could get it for like $20 as part of the Nintendo Select series. So it was totally worth. Yeah, I think if you're looking for more games that are like Stardew Valley, I would recommend Harvest Moon. AKA Story of Seasons, because there was some nonsense with Natsume and all that. So not the new Harvest Moon games, you want the new Story of Seasons games. But those games are basically like the grandfather of Stardew Valley. And a new one actually just came out. I was looking at it and I'm like, I can't afford that right now. But yeah, because I also really love those kind of like farming games. I used to play The Tale of Two Towns for DS, like more than I played Animal Crossing. I would spend so many hours just in that one small like mountain range just foraging. It wasn't even funny. But yeah, I would recommend older Harvest Moon games, newer Story of Seasons games. That's my recommendation for Stardew likes, because it's literally, it just is what inspired Stardew. Like, there's no other way I can put it. If you're looking for ones that are on Steam besides like Story of Seasons, I got a game called Kinseed in early access in like 2018 or something. And I haven't played it very much, but it looks really nice. It's pretty Stardew-ish. It's more fantasy than Stardew, though. Like, Stardew is very, like, homey, like, small country town. Kinseed, is very fantasy inspired. And basically the whole gimmick of the game is that, your characters age and you continue, like, a family line through, like, a bunch of generations. And, like, that's, yeah, it works like real life. I haven't played enough of it to give a comprehensive, like, review of it. But I think it's pretty cheap. If you can get it on sale, I would recommend it. Just to give it a try. And it's not $60, so there's also that. I'll type it out for you. It's like that. It's on Steam. Oh, thank you. Oh, and literally the entire chest. I just somehow forgot. Yeah! That's what I thought of when you said Stardew that wasn't like Story of Seasons. I've tried so many just random like cozy farming sims and I'm always just like, man, Harvest Moon DS is still my favorite. My bias is off the charts. Lana actually sent me like the actual game Harvest Moon DS. And I haven't started it yet. I really need to play it because I've never played it. I've only played Tale of Two Towns. But I'm really curious to see how it is. I also really just like the Harvest Moon cows. They're like one of, if not my favorite video game animal ever. They're just so cute. Hold on, I'll pull up a picture of one. If you don't know what I'm talking about, anybody who is watching. Because they are extremely cute. I absolutely adore the Harvest Moon animals. It's so cute. Oh my god, I'm saving a picture. Alright, hold on. Let me pop this up on the screen. Look at this! It's so cute! I love it so much! It's so cute! I think in general cows are just really cute. And like, I think it's extremely obvious in like my whole design that I took a lot of inspiration from cows. And these are like my favorite cows ever. They are so like actually beyond adorable. I love them so much. They are so cute. Also, it's really funny because this is a picture from Stories of Mineral Town, which is a Story of Seasons game. But it's saved as SMT cow, which just makes me think of Shin Megami Tensei cow. It's really funny. That's literally like what the file saved as, it just SMT cow. I'm like, that ain't Shin Megami Tensei. I know enough about that game to know that that is not it. Oh, hold on, my cat is back. Excuse you. Come on. Get in with you. It's my black cat. Missy. Oh, there you go. You go lay down. There she is. You're so cute. I love this cat. She is so cute. But yeah, I love farming games. I love, like, growing crops and then taking care of animals. I just haven't found one that's, like, got me as obsessed as I was with Harvest Moon for DS. Yeah, I always have a tradition of naming my first cow Mushi, because it's like a ushi, which is cow, but it's also like a moo. So I've been naming cows Mushi since I was like 12 or so. It's just my tradition. The first cow is always Mushi. I remember being a little kid and looking up what's cow? What's cow in Japanese? Because I was obsessed with anime at the time. Yeah, the phrase where you were not the phase, not the phase where you would like look up random words and be like, oh, okay, and then you would name something like just the word. I try to be more creative now that I actually like know Japanese. Whoops. She looks kind of good with blue hair. Like when it filled in, it didn't look bad. But yeah, I live near like a lot of farms, so when I was like a little kid, I would always like want to see the cows out in the pasture when we would drive past. I'd be like, oh look, and then there would be horses, and I'd be like, oh look, there's the horses. I think farm animals are really cute. That's all there is to it. Would I want to live on a farm? Absolutely not. But would I want to like look at them from like a far distance? Yeah. Show me the cute animals. It's just like, man, knowing me, I would probably get like kicked in the head by a horse and die. So I'm good, actually. I'd be like, whoa, let me braid your mane, and then it would kill me. I have to remember this character has face makeup. I always forget the face makeup, and it always ends up screwing me over. Let's go! First try! Thank you! I'm doing my best. I'm on! Are you still on your way home? Let's go! Also, welcome back. Okay, I think I'll like add some like shading and stuff into the lipstick, and then the face is done, I think. Oh no. What's the creeper emote? Oh, wrong thing. Not the Mega Blaziken question mark. I can't tell if it's a normal Blaziken or a Mega Blaziken. Okay, thank you. Alright, go make some food. Don't die, question mark? No dying. I said no dying. It's my stream, you have to listen to me. No, you are not. You're gonna go find your oven mitts. Get out of my chat. How can you be a Fortnite gamer if your hands are burned? I remember. That was not good. No, 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 no! There's something wrong with you people. You're so mean to each other. Burning yourselves. When you could literally just find the oven mitt. The synthesizer on this song sounds drunk. Like, bro, chill out. Gonna make me switch my model just so I can make a sad face. There, okay. Colors are done. I just need to do the lines and all the other stuff. Chibiru is not an avatar of chaos, no! Chibiru is normal. I think it's really funny because the person who made this model for me is very chaotic. What am I calling? Chibiru is normal. Chibiru is the most normal person I know. Literally just walks around vibing. I don't even know what you're on about. Just because you think Chibiru is scary doesn't mean he actually is. Why does everyone think Chibiru is scary? Chibiru is not, like, scary or mean or anything. No! No! That's not true at all. You and Lon are haters. You can't just let Chibiru live his life. What, are you stealing Chibiru and co-opting him into your lore? Is that what's happening now? Chibiru is just a gamer, that's all there is to it. Yeah, it is. It's actually like 4 AM here. It's already been 2 hours? What the heck? That is not right. It does not feel like 2 hours. Oh, gross. No, normal people land. Oh no. I think specifically New York City, is anything but normal people land. Yeah. I know. Also, Chibiri would not murder someone. That is not a thing that would happen. I don't know what it is with people being like, oh yeah, Chibiri, like, hates everyone and is really mean and would, like, kill people. Like, no, no! We were literally, no! No! We were literally talking about how Chibiru is inspired by, like, the cutest cows known to man. Like, bro. This cow would not spill Legos on the treadmill. And neither would Chibiru. No, they're not! They're cute! I'm gonna, like, message Estrella and be like, Vaughn is bullying me and saying that Chibi-Ryu is scary. Can you come tell them to stop? And Estrella's gonna be like, I'm sorry, Harry. I can't. Hold on. It's because we're judging them! How would you feel if you were just living your life and then someone, like, was like, oh, that's weird? Maybe I shouldn't be asking Vaughn that question, because I know Vaughn would just be like, I'm gonna kill you, stop looking at me. That's how Vaughn would react, I know that. Man. Vaughn, you're worse than Lon. Lon will say that they hope I get hit by a bus, but they will be mean to Chibi Ryu. Okay, go get some rest. I hope your food is good also. And please don't hurt yourself getting it. Oh, I love this. Wait, what do you mean? Who said that they hoped I got hit by a bus? It was Lon. You weren't here for that, Hawk? I graciously invited Lon onto my stream and bought them the VTube Studio collab DLC, which is not cheap. It was like $10 on sale. And then Lon came on here and was like, "You're ugly, I hate you, I'm gonna kill you, give you $200." I'm joking, but they did say that. Oh. I'm doing my best out here. Vaughn, go lay down. Lost. No. I don't want to have this conversation. No talking about hurting ourselves for things. Please. You know how much I had to stop myself from saying that's a skill issue, Hawk? True, you could sell trading cards. I've done that before. I need to do it again, actually. I have like a bunch of them. Well, I didn't mean it, but I had to like stop myself and be like, no, that is not a good response. Man, I wanna play Donkey Kong Country Returns. I wanna play it so bad. Oh, I wanna play World. I have it installed. No, I wanna do at least a few drawings tonight. I know what character we're drawing next. No. I need these to be, like, nice looking. Okay, hold on. We're gonna do it, like, purple? Okay, I think this one is done. Xylia, right? Yeah, Xylia. Okay, we got it. Let me set this as a PNG. There we go. Okay. Next up, I want to draw a character for this artist. I don't know if we're friends, but I like their art, and yeah. I think we've talked like once or twice. Okay, get out of here. I'm done with you. Let me take the credit for being responsible. Come on, work with me. Okay. I like this character's color palette. It's like a dongo. What's their name? Reveal your name to me. Momo. Okay. We're gonna do that. They're gonna do the Nya face. I don't know if the Obi would be visible from there. Just a second. Come on, work with me. Ugh, this dang mouse. Checking. Okay, I understand. By the way, I hope everyone's doing good today. And I appreciate anyone who's been hanging out, even if you're just lurking, I still appreciate it. Yeah. Yeah, I hope, I don't think I said I don't think I asked how everyone's doing, so hopefully good. Today is a day, that's true. Okay, I see. This is a Pokemon Center theme? What is this from? Hold on. Ah, Sun and Moon. I completely forgot because I was extremely bored by that game. It's a cute theme. Okay. I think that's everything. Checking. Yeah, looks like it. So what's this creepy music? Kirby music, dang, okay. This is like lawn music. This reminds me, I wanted to play Mario 64 DS on stream sometimes. Well, sometime. Cause that's another one of my childhood favorites. Specifically the DS version. Cause I like that you get to play as Luigi. And Yoshi and stuff. So that might happen at some point. Like I'm sure it will at some point, but I was gonna look into it. Oh, right. Shading next, not lines. No! I guess I'll just have to use my chat as a communication hub or something. Is it like down? Oh, okay. Well, good. No! This is so sad. Can we get 10 unfollows for Lost? Being forever alone? You gotta unfollow me and then go follow Lost. Yeah, if people follow you, then you have to stream. Easy. And then you can stream, so then you can get more emotes, and then you can use the ones that Lon is making for you. See, I'm smart. I'm a genius. Do it, do it. Do it. I'll like blow up your phone if I have to. It'll be like 6 p.m. I'll be like lost. Where's my stream? This is so sad. I can't believe this lost. Is this true? No! I can't believe Lost doesn't care about me. Doesn't care about me or my followers. Bad ass line GE. Is that an asterisk? No, I don't think it is. What is that? A hyphen, right? Bad hyphen J. I don't like that. You have a GE problem, Lost. Not Sag. No. Get that out of here. I'm gonna like ban like Madge, Sag, Dej. I'm gonna ban those words from my chat. So you're gonna have to say it normally whenever you're in here. This is an intervention. It'd be really messed up, but really funny if I actually did that. True. Hawk, I'm gonna ban you if you don't stop. I have the extra. I have the infrastructure to turn off my chat. I can make it so nobody can chat here. So dumb. Give me a second. Come on. Oh, whoops. How much longer on this playlist? Okay. Like 40-ish minutes? This design is really cute. I like all the pink in it and stuff. This is a cute remix.
Sit up straight.
Ah,
Hydrate now.
okay, thank you. I hydrated. Ugh. Ugh. I hydrated. Thank you. I actually don't know that. Question mark? Sometimes she just catches me off guard. Like I forget that there's an anime girl on my stream. Okay, I think this one's done. Okay, next one. Let's see. Let's see what we're working with. Here. We'll do this one for Ken next. Ken is one of my friends. They've drawn various things for me. Okay, goodbye. I'm done with you. What's their username on Artbyte? Ah, Hazia. Okay. Okay, yeah, we'll do this one next. I'm gonna stretch really quick. Okay. Yay.
Meow.
Meow. Hold on. I wanna do one.
Woof.
Oof. Hi, Suckman.
Woo.
Good almost morning. Right now we're doing art fight. We're doing this character, Toa. I'm okay. We played a rhythm game for about an hour-ish, and now we're doing this. No lost. Give me this view. Give me a second. Okay. Alright. Oh, what's up? Okay, I need to do this headdress, which is why I've been putting this character off because I'm awful at headdresses. Suckman, I hope your dad is okay. I remember he wasn't doing too good. I think it was, yeah, I'm pretty sure it was you. But I hope he's doing better. Oh, I like this song. What is this? Oh, okay. Oh, right, what's this song? Ah, from Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire. Good to hear it! I remembered I was like, oh, I don't think I ever got an update on that, so... Well, that's good, obviously. Chains, my enemy. Okay, it's done. Ouch, yeah, the couch is not a good place to nap. I see this is someone who naps in a recliner at my job. Okay, nothing on there. It's just like this past there. Okay, hold on. Is there any details I need to... No, I think it's just plain on this until the bottom. Okay. Okay, onto the coloring. I like this blue for the hair. Oh, wait. I forgot her, like, giant ahoge. Okay, hold on. Okay, now the hair. Hi Sarge, welcome in! How are you? Right now, we're doing Art Fight, which, if you don't know, is basically during the entire month of July. There's this website, and, like, people post up their characters, and then you post up your characters, and then people draw for each other. Right now I'm drawing this character for my friend Ken. The image just slipped, hold on. I needed it for the angle. Good to hear it. Not the sleep schedule, though. Yeah, so basically I've been doing, like, these kind of, like... Load, please. Load, please. Oh, is it because? Oh yeah. Okay, hold on. I've been doing like stuff like this for people because I want to draw for as many people as I can this year. So we've been doing these kind of like sparkly bust pieces. These are the ones we did tonight so far. I've done a bunch of other ones. Yeah, so we're just drawing. This is the third one of tonight? Yeah. My goal whenever I stream this is to do like 6 of them. I don't know if I'm gonna do that tonight, but I'm gonna try. Because they don't take me very long. I specifically like figured out this way of drawing things so I could do a lot in like a short-ish amount of time. But yeah. I woke up at like what, 11 p.m. me time today. I was really tired. I stayed up way longer than I should have. But yeah, it's fun because you get drawings of your characters, ideally, and then other people get drawings of their characters, so it's a win-win. And then, oh! There. And then there's 2 teams, so, yeah. There's 2 teams, so this year it's, vampires versus werewolves, and I'm on Team Werewolf. And every year there's like a different set of 2 teams. And like you can theme your drawings for other people around it, but like you don't have to, and I don't usually do it. Like if someone like I drew a vampire for someone this year, but that's just because I saw it and it was really cute, and I was like, oh, I want to draw that character. So yeah, it's not required or anything, and it's like any Oh yeah, this has been a thing. I think it's been like coming up on, if not 10 years, every year during July. Nope, I've been doing it since 2019. Every year I draw for people and then people draw for me. And I'm like, yay, because people drew for me. Hold on, I can pull up one of my very first like drawings for someone. For this? Okay, let's go to the last page. Right. Back when I actually did, like things. Here, we'll pop this one up. This character belongs to my friend Ambrosia, who is also a VTuber. But this is from, like, 2019, so it's, like, it's a way older. It's, like, sheesh. I was still figuring a lot of stuff out. You can see, compared to a newer one, hold on. Like, compared to a newer one, I don't think the lighting is as nice. The colors on the lines are, like, not color specific, they're just, like, kind of general. I used a different brush back then. And yeah, and then 3 days in, my tablet broke, so I had to do pixel art for the rest of the month. Hold on, I can show some of the pixel art I did. Here, we'll pop this one in. Thank you! But yeah, I did this kind of thing for the rest of the month after my tablet broke because I could do these with my mouse. Yeah, I did little pixel arts for people. Which is something I can do, I just don't do it very often anymore. And then I did a different kind of thing the next year. Like, here, I'll show this one. I had moved on to a different brush, so I was doing stuff like this instead. Where it had that kind of cranny look. I did this for a long time. Like this kind of... I think I still have the brush on here. Yeah, like, I think it's in here. Yeah, the real pencil TM. And it gives you that cool kind of textured look. I would do my entire drawings in this brush, so it would look really nice when it was all done. But then I did full bodies for everyone that entire year, I think. And that was too many full bodies. And then the next year, I didn't do very much the next year, but I did like painted stuff. Yeah, I really like how like textured it is. It's really nice, I think. Like I would do like the textured lines, but then I would paint the drawing like digitally, obviously. But I did stuff like this for a little bit, but I didn't do very much in that year, I don't think. I didn't do very much like this. I just kind of stuck with the usual. Was that the same year? No. Yeah, I barely drew anything in 2021. That's crazy. I don't think I drew very much last year either. But I've done it every year. And this year I'm doing like these like sparkly things, which are more reminiscent of the first year that I did Art Fight. But I think I've improved a lot. Here, I can pop up all the ones that I did before. I can take a screenshot of all of them. So these are all the ones I've done this year. Hold on. I'll like zoom out and like move it over. Hold on. It's kind of hard to see. Come on, work with me, mouse. Oops. Like here, if I hide myself, you can kind of see. These are all the ones I've done this year. I could pull them all up, but I don't really feel like it. They've all got this like sparkly look. The nice colors. It might be. Hold on, let me check. I'll tell you. Yeah, it is. This playlist is almost done. Here, let me put the chat back up. There we go. It's dragging you back. It's almost done. Okay, I'll close all this stuff out. But yeah, I've been doing it for a while. Here, give me back my Humog brush. It's existed for way longer than I've been doing it. Yeah, I think it's awesome. It's definitely the time I draw most during the year. I kind of go crazy for a month, and then I just, I'm like, oh, I'm so tired. And then I only really draw when I, like, need to. But yeah, I think it's really fun. This is from Final Fantasy X. Sockman. Yeah, it's just on this playlist I had playing. Okay. Oh, I need to, put this back in here. Nope, that is not what we want. We'll do this headpiece next. Definitely the hardest part about doing so much art on stream, though, is that I have to find music to listen to. Because normally I would just be listening to, like, really long videos. But... obviously... I don't know if everyone wants to, like, listen to the same stuff that I want to listen to, and plus, like... you know. Well, like, I watch long videos on boring stuff. Maybe. Yep, the playlist is dead. Let me finish adding in, this headdress, and I'll find something. No way. Hold on. Oh, I know what's happening. It's the skin tone, because it bled over. Okay. Hold on, we'll find something. um... Why is Easy Speasy playing Mario Odyssey in a movie theater? Yeah. What is this? I would put on the Kirby Reanimated collab, but that's not happening. Okay, maybe we can watch some Matt Casey. Here. Yeah, we'll watch some Matt Casey. There's a follow-up. Okay, and then part 1. Okay, hold on. Okay. Let me see. 11. We'll pop this on. Hold on, I have to turn up the video quality because I play these videos at 144p. I'll put it at like 480. 480. Ooh. Okay, now let me get this figured out. Display capture. Don't capture the cursor. Maybe a window capture would be better. Here, we'll pop this down here. Let me make sure I can open up my... Okay, yeah. Okay, that works. Okay.
The PS3 was famously more expensive than the Xbox 360, and somehow, even more than 15 years later, that's still the case. You often find 360s selling for about $40 to $50.
Hold on, let me add another text
PS3s,
box.
you're looking at twice that, 80 to 100 at least. So when someone nearby was selling 3 PS3s for $50, how could I resist? Especially when they were all original design PS3s, which meant a non-zero chance that at least one of them could be a coveted backwards compatible model. Picking them up was interesting. I went to what I now understand is a dodgy neighborhood, and it was like movie levels of dodgy, like people screaming in the background, sirens, and I was just awkwardly standing there like, I am gonna get shot. They lured me here with cheap games just to kill me, I swear to God. But no, a man did come down with 3
Hold on, did the
PS3s.
preview like
He only
that?
spoke Spanish, so I don't really know what he said. He could have been like, your videos suck, Matt, for all I know. But long story short, now I have these, and
There.
for the most part, they're in pretty decent condition. They're a little dusty, and the glossy surfaces are a little scratched. This one, ironically, was the least scratched because it used to be covered with a bunch of stickers. I've only left one because this was really hard to get off. You know, the PS3 CPU was famously,
Ah,
or
I see what's
guess I could say
happening. Okay, hold on.
infamously designed more like a
Hold on. Let me check something. What's SDR?
supercomputer CPU than like a desktop computer CPU. That made the
Wait a
architecture
second.
challenging to write games for, but theoretically pretty powerful if you knew how to use it. The US Air Force clustered together nearly 2,000 of them to analyze satellite imagery, and the University of Massachusetts in Dartmouth built their own cluster to perform astrophysical simulations of black holes. What I'm saying is, these babies can mine so much crypto. I'm kidding, obviously this hardware is obsolete and inefficient by today's standards, but I do kind of wonder what kinds of things people would be doing with them if Sony hadn't pulled the plug on running other OSs.
Okay.
But that's not important here.
It looks like we've got it.
Whether these even work. 50 divided by
Nope.
3 is
Immediately dies. I don't know how to do this.
Let's see what $17 can buy. Okay, first up,
I don't
let's
have
try
3 monitors, I only have 2.
good. Hey, here we go. Yeah, not bad, not bad. Oh, I'll have to get a controller. Hang on. Fun fact, if you plug a
Hold on,
PS4
I'll check
controller
it.
into
I'll
a
check on my
PS3,
phone.
It will work. It just can't be wireless, won't have vibration, and the PS button doesn't work. But other than that, oh nice. This is looking pretty good. Of course, what else did I expect? But so far, it seems to be fully working. Alright, we gotta try a disc. I might prefer modding and playing games off hard drives, but it is something we need to know. Well, look at that. It may say eat more acid on it, but this seems to be perfectly fine. Anyway, I call that $17 well spent. Alright, next up. I don't know how to differentiate these, so I'm gonna call this one Billy. What do you got, Billy?
No, it's because whenever I try to open Clip
I
Studio
don't know if you
Paint,
saw
it
that on the
freezes.
camera, but it spat out a bunch of dirt and dust. Gross. It's oh no. I just realized what that is.
Okay, it's a
Well,
Firefox thing.
what's come out the back of this PS3, there's no other way of saying it, is bug remains. Oh, and the light on the front is flashing. Red light of death indicates some sort of fairly fatal issue. Maybe if we go in and clean this out thoroughly, it could be all good. We'll see about this one. Ew, what is all this shit? Oh, don't tell me that's like bug feces. Jesus fucking Christ. Alright, so that felt a little more like what I would expect out of a $17 PS3. How about lucky number 3? If there's anything that Schoolhouse Rock taught me, it's that 3 is a magic number. Let's turn it on. Yes, there we go. Apparently this used to belong to a WoW, sir. WoW indeed. What did you used to play, WoW, sir? Oh, nothing, apparently. What? This seems to be pretty good. Another $17 well spent. Let's try a disc.
I'm troubleshooting.
Well, that's not a good sign. But you know what? That is okay. Like I said, I'm the kind of person who likes modding and running games off hard drives anyway, so lack of disk functionality, not such a big deal for me. So honestly, I can't really complain. 2 of these seem to work fine, minus the 1 disk drive, and I'm definitely going to try fixing the 3rd one and see if we can get 3 working systems, but even if I can't, $17 for a parts machine is still a pretty good deal. Sadly, if you were wondering, none of them have PS2 compatibility. It was a long shot anyway, there were very few models that ever had that, so it's not exactly surprising. Okay, so all of these need a good clean, that's a given, but what is inside this one? The one
I
that
wonder.
didn't work.
Let me try something.
I have to know why bugs were spitting out the back, and I have to know if it is actually fixable, because the only thing better than 2 PS3s is 3 PS3s. So I went ahead disassembling. As disgusting as I felt doing it, I knew that every single bit of this needed cleaning, and the only way to do that would be to take all of it apart. What do you think you're doing there, little man? Plus, I was somewhat morbidly curious just how bad it would get. Oh, fucking hell. This is getting to me. I'm like...
Okay, we're gonna try it like this.
As you can see, there's some pretty severe corrosion in a lot of places. If that managed to eat through a component or trace on the board, that could very well be our culprit. If it's a corrosion issue, it's probably fixable. The bad news is... it's gonna take a lot of willpower to get there. Okay, let's get to work. I feel like Gordon Ramsay in Kitchen Nightmares right now. It just keeps getting worse. I've eaten here. Here's how the,
Good night, Hawk. I hope you can get some rest.
we were trying earlier. Some of them just happened to fall into the fan. Before diving into the cleaning, I found a theory online that a red flashing light could be caused by a power supply fault. I thought I'd better open it up and see if the cockroaches got in there too. There were some bodies that had worked their way in,
Hoping
but
for you.
actually, for the most part, it was just dusty, not infested. So these plastic bits... fuck me.
It looks like my solution worked. I just slightly unfull screened Clip Studio Paint.
While looking at it didn't tell me much.
I don't even know if it's
there was
noticeable.
another way to confirm if there was something wrong with the power supply. I mean, I just happen to have 2 other PS3s with known working power supplies that I can swap in and see what happens. Or so I thought. So apparently this plug in the front is different between the 2 power supplies. That's cool. So assuming the power supply was an unlikely culprit anyway, I decided to just leave it and move on. I also figured I should check inside the Blu-ray drive too. Once again, I don't consider the drive super important, but it would still be good to know. And from a glance, it also seems pretty much fine inside, though obviously we won't know for sure until I can actually turn it on for more than 2 seconds. There's also a disc in it. NCAA Basketball. Another game for the collection, I guess. With that, it was time to look at the board itself. But first,
So
this
is
thing
this?
really
Yeah, it's
needs
all
a
that
clean,
color.
like desperately. Okay, so everything has been cleaned. Most of the bug carcasses are gone, but there's still areas that need a lot more care and attention. So I cleaned these areas off with a lot of alcohol, as well as some isopropyl alcohol for the board, and then went ahead reflowing any joints I could see that looked corroded. I also figured while I was here, I may as well replace the thermal paste too. Honestly, I was very much stabbing in the dark, just hoping something here was the problem and would be fixed by the reflowing. Unfortunately, after doing this for hours, pretty much all over the board, nothing had made any difference. After a while, I was starting to feel a little lost and unsure of what to do next. I thought, if only the PS3 had some way of reporting error codes. Hey, wait a minute. The PS3 is a very complex device, so there's a lot of things that can go wrong. Thankfully, it's also a very intelligent device, and it constantly monitors its state for errors, especially during startup. The PS3 system controller, or syscon, logs these errors, and this log can be accessed externally with a simple serial connection. If
But yeah, I really
do
like watching
that,
videos
maybe
about
we can
like
figure out
system
exactly what's
restoration and
going
stuff,
on.
and like
Now there are some complexities to this.
like
Each
like
board revision takes these points in different
like the
places,
inner
and
guts
also
of like
also
gaming
record them in
consoles.
slightly different ways. But eventually I figured out where the points were and
So I
started
found this
getting
dude's
error
channel
codes.
and I was like,
If you look
oh,
at the output here,
this
the
is
left
good.
column are the actual error codes, while the right column is the time that the error occurred at. The time is all Fs here because I removed the clock battery. As far as the error codes go, there's a lot of info about these on PSDev Wiki. For our purposes, we can ignore the A and 0 at the start.
Apparently this dude is like notorious for doing stuff with Lego Island, but I like don't know anything about Lego Island,
that means the
so
PS3 actually passed its power
I'm just
on
like,
cell
okay.
test and started booting before the error occurred. The next 4 digits are the actual error, and we seem to be alternating semi-randomly between 1002 and 2124. 1002 represents a power failure in the PS3's GPU, also known as the RSX. Specifically, it indicates noisy voltage on the RSX's power line caused by bad filtering. That's definitely useful information. 2124 is less well understood, but appears to be a general error in the console's AV or HDMI encoder chip. So what does that tell us? They both seem to be graphics related, but what does that actually mean? To be honest, I was a little worried about the HDMI encoder error because it's a surface mount chip with a lot of tiny, delicate pins. If it had to be replaced like PSDev Wiki suggests, I honestly didn't even know if I'd be able to do that with the equipment and expertise I had available. However, I also realized that the much clearer error 1002 did have a much more obvious culprit. There are a set of high-performance capacitors that are a big part of the power filtering and supply for the CPU and GPU. They've become known as the NEC tokens for obvious reasons, and they've become kind of the Xbox clock capacitor of the PS3. Not in the sense that they start leaking and corroding the board, thank God, but that they're starting to fail en masse, becoming one of the most common issues with PS3s today. PSDev Wiki even says that while many components are involved in filtering and could cause 1002, that it very much points to the NEC tokens. I had a sneaking suspicion that the HDMI encoder error was actually a red herring, or at least a symptom rather than a cause of some kind of greater power issue. With this, and knowing it's a common fault anyway, I decided to dive straight into replacing the NEC tokens. While you can't buy exactly these things as a replacement, you can buy a number of surface mount tantalum capacitors that achieve the same result. And so finally, I have some replacements. It's like a rainmaker. Now, this is not cheap. Each capacitor costs between $1 to $2, and you need 4 of them to replace each NEC token. That means to replace all 8 NEC tokens on the board, you need to buy 32 of them. So all in all, that ends up being about 50 bucks. And as we all know, you could buy 3 PS3s with that. I come from the school of older electronics where if you're replacing capacitors, you may as well replace them all, but it's actually recommended to keep at least some of the originals in place for reasons that'll become clear later on. But not knowing that yet, I carried on removing them all, which in and of itself is a bit of a challenge. They're soldered on the bottom, which means the usual tricks like solder braid or desoldering guns won't work here. At first, I tried a heat gun to try getting the solder hot enough that it would just come off smoothly, but I'm still not super experienced with stuff like this, and I couldn't really seem to get anywhere. The PS3 board is very thick and infamous for being able to quickly dissipate heat. Eventually the capacitor started coming apart, so I just picked away at it, which is actually one of the recommended ways of removing these things. Yeah, as we learned from the Wii's capacitors, often the easiest ways to remove surface mount components is by destroying them, paradoxically causing less harm to the pads as well. In this vein, I later took another recommendation of using a razor to slice them off. While I was initially skeptical, this actually did end up being the cleanest and most effective way to remove these, at least for me. What we're left with is 4 pads per capacitor. The 2 on the outside are positive and the 2 on the inside are ground. As I said earlier, we'll be placing 4 new tantalum capacitors on each one, but there's a slight complication. The new caps are actually too long to fit snugly between these strips, which means you either need to scrape away at the board to expose more of the pads so you can mount them vertically, or just mount them diagonally, which is what I opted to do. It took a bit, but all capacitors have now been replaced. I think I did everything correctly. Pushing the power button. So, it's a little bit less functional. Not only had this not fixed the PS3, it was actually shutting off much sooner than it was before, indicating an even more severe fault. I redid them all, hoping I'd just made a mistake somewhere in the soldering, but it didn't make a difference. As it turns out, I had made a mistake, but actually not in the soldering. This is the first reason why you may want to keep at least some of the original NEC tokens. Turns out they contain an internal bridge between the 2 outer positive strips connecting them in parallel, and this is necessary for proper functionality. So if you keep some of them on the board, that bridge remains intact, but if you replace them all, as I have here, you need to replicate that bridge yourself with some wire.
Why?
It's staying on! Oh, hell yeah. So we officially have confirmation that despite all the cockroach bodies and feces packed into this thing, the only actual issue affecting functionality was a very common fault with the NEC token capacitors. Except another issue started to rear its ugly head. Uh-oh. Hang on. I turned it off. Since it had never been on for that long before, I'd gotten into the habit of not bothering to install the heatsink clamps, meaning after about a minute on, the CPU was starting to overheat. So I'll just reinstall the heatsink clamps, right? Well, here's reason number 2 why you might want to keep at least some of the original NEC tokens. These tantalum caps aren't just long, they're also significantly thicker than the original caps. Specifically, the CPU caps. The GPU caps actually do fit fine because the GPU doesn't require quite as much capacitance. That means this top shield no longer sits flush on the board because the new caps are trying to poke through it. No matter, I'll just cut some holes into the top case. Now we can install the clamps and we're all good, right? Well, no. Naturally, this isn't just an issue with the top shell, it's also an issue for the bottom shell, where the board actually makes contact with the heatsinks. You can even see from how the new heatsink grease was spread, or more specifically how it wasn't, that the CPU definitely isn't making good contact with the heatsink. This was unfortunate because the bottom shell is a lot thicker. Regardless, I went ahead cutting more holes to make more space for the new capacitors, only to find that even that didn't really help. Turns out the CPU heatsink actually overlaps a significant amount of the capacitors, and the new caps are so thick they're just slightly taller than the CPU itself, basically ensuring that the CPU doesn't make good contact. While I might have been able to cut holes into the shielding, the heatsink is another story entirely. I don't know if I could cut into this thick metal even if I wanted to, so I had to think of something else.
Rest in peace.
I thought, well, if they're only slightly too
Heatsink.
high, maybe if I cleaned up my solder job and got them as flush to the board as possible, and as far away from the CPU as possible, maybe that would fix it? But sadly, it didn't. They were still tall enough to interfere with the cooling. I was stuck here for a while. It seemed like there was just no good way to solve this problem. At this point, I really was wishing that I had kept the original CPU caps on the bottom, especially since
Okay,
the CPU
hold on, my
didn't
cat.
seem to even be
I need to let her out.
errors were GPU related.
She's starting
And
to
it's not
cause
like I could
chaos.
restore the old
Come on,
caps
you.
because obviously they were destroyed by the removal process.
Come on, don't go over
I kept
there.
thinking about it, and really, I
Go the
just
other
needed
way.
the caps to be somewhere else, preferably as far away from the heatsink and
Oh
shielding
my goodness,
as
come
possible. And that's
on.
when I got an idea that was pretty radical. There was this kind of empty space to the top left of the caps, which was not only out of the heatsink's way, but also completely cleared the bottom shield. Could I somehow move the caps up there? With no other ideas I could think
Go
of,
on.
I decided it was worth a shot. I soldered the new caps in a row on some cut-up bits of paperclip, and then soldered the paperclips to the pads, almost like a railway track. I had no idea
Yeah.
this would work. I mean, it's kind of ridiculous, right? Well, it did. The PS3 still booted and functioned properly, but with the added bonus of no longer overheating after like 1 or 2 minutes. After all that work and investigation, after cleaning hundreds of hollowed out bug carcasses out of this PS3, it finally seemed to be working properly.
Seemed to be.
For the most part.
Yeah,
While
there it
things
is.
had obviously improved to the point it could now play games for long sessions at a time, it did still seem to run a little hotter than I'd expect. After only 10 minutes idling on the XMB, it seemed to reach as high as 69 degrees Celsius, and during gameplay it was getting dangerously close to 80. This all felt a little too high to me, but I looked at some online statistics, and while these are obviously completely anecdotal, it does seem to suggest that some board revisions do idle that hot. I don't think this is caused by my mod anymore, but I also didn't want to just leave it running that hot all the time. I thought I'd try one last trick to help get the temperatures down. No, not delidding, I don't think I have the courage for that just yet. This is called the Eraser mod. Essentially, you just stick some heat-resistant and non-electricity conducting substance, like a plastic eraser, under the CPU clamp, and it adds just a little bit more pressure, increasing the CPU's contact with the heatsink just that little bit more. And don't worry, it's not going to be as thick as it looks. The clamps will squish it down so that it provides
90 degrees?
There are
What
concerns
the
that adding
heck?
more pressure to the
That
board
does not.
could
Is
be
that
bad
that
for it.
doesn't sound
I feel like
normal?
it should be pretty safe because it's only adding a fraction of a millimeter to a system already designed around clamps and pressure. Was that enough to make a substantial difference? Amazingly, yeah. My temperatures across the board dropped by about 10 degrees Celsius. And thanks to Webman's Auto 2 fan speed algorithm, the CPU temperature doesn't even exceed 65 degrees Celsius, even during gameplay, let alone idling. I think we can officially call this PS3 fixed. Pulled back from the brink of death, ready to put that supercomputer CPU to good use. Playing video games. Sadly, it looks like I won't even have the time in this video to clean up the other 2 PS3s, but since those were working and just needed a good dusting, I'm sure you guys already know what that would look like. So I really did get 3 PS3s for $50, plus the exorbitant replacement caps of course, but still, all things considered, I'm pretty happy with how this turned out. It was definitely a tough project, but those are always the most rewarding. Anyways, thank you so much for watching, I hope you enjoyed this video, and I'll see you all in the next one. Bye guys.
Come on. There.
It's a wonderful day to mod an Xbox, and a wonderful outfit as well. If you know me, you know I love the original Xbox. And
She's wearing a PlayStation
this
shirt.
is
Oh my
Xbox
god.
on this channel. You may remember it as the Jesus box. I never called it that, but I'm gonna call it that now. But while I've always loved the original Xbox, there is something about it that I've always not loved, and that is how noisy it is. Check this out.
Yeah, no, that doesn't sound healthy.
It's just a bit of a noisy boy. It's louder than pretty much any other console of its generation, except for maybe the Dreamcast's disk drive. Now there are 2 noise-making components.
Were
in the
you
Xbox.
air
The first
cooling
is
it?
obviously the hard
What
drive.
were
It's
the
got a
conditions
full-size
it was in?
3.5-inch, 20-year-old ID hard drive in there, and despite Steve Jobs' best efforts to make his late 90s computers quiet, there was no getting around having one of these.
Bad. Oh
We
no.
knew, but the point is we can do a lot better today. The second is the fan at the back, which
Hello,
functions as a case
welcome
fan,
in.
CPU fan, and even kind of a GPU fan, and as such contributes just as much noise, if not more, than the hard drive, depending on what brand and model hard drive your Xbox got. And if you happen to have an early 1.0 model Xbox, you also got a dedicated GPU fan,
How are
which
you?
makes it even noisier. I'm not kidding, listen to how this sounds. But yeah, it's loud. And I got to thinking, well, there must be a way to, let's say, tone down the noise. I'm gonna try, in this video, to make this Xbox as quiet as
You
possible. Should be fairly
Oh
straightforward
my
since we just need
god.
to replace 2 components, but before
I
we get
like
started on any
worry
of that, we
because
really need
my
to mod
computer's
this
like
thing.
surrounded by
Firstly,
like
just 'cause it's a
by
good
stuffed
idea,
animals and
if your
things.
Xbox isn't modded
But
or
like
anything,
all of the
then you're right.
airways are
Secondly,
clear.
because your Xbox
How did
pretty
you
much has
have
to be
it
modded for
in
you to be
like
able to replace
in
the
a
hard drive.
cupboard
This is
with
because
no
Xbox hard
thermal
drives are
paste?
password protected, you know, to prevent users from modding it. As such, it'll also suspect foul play if the hard drive isn't locked or is locked with the wrong password. And to make it even more complicated, each Xbox has a unique, randomly generated password, so there's no way to know what it is beforehand. While you can build a device to pull the password from the Xbox motherboard, the easiest way really is modding. Either hard modding with a mod chip or TSOP flash to remove the check altogether, or soft modding which lets you retrieve the password so you can lock your replacement drive in a way the Xbox will be happy with. I won't get too much into modding here because it's not really the point of this video, but if you're interested in a modded OG Xbox, I highly recommend checking out the website consolemods.org. It collects all of the Xbox modding information scattered throughout hacking forums.
It used to have it. It got too thermal and it vanished.
Want to do with your Xbox. I decided to use the game save exploit soft mod, which essentially means loading up an exploitable game, crashing it with a corrupted save file, taking control of execution, and installing a soft mod to the hard drive. All pretty simple as long as you can get it to load a game. Yeah, I forgot this Xbox's DVD drive was dead, or at least seemed to be. And not just the drive tray belt, I mean, that would be an easy fix, but even once I got the disc in, it still didn't want to read it. Do I jump ship to the hot swap method?
It reminds me of that post of the person whose like house was like freezing. So they ran heavily modded Minecraft on their computer to heat up their room. That's what that reminds me of.
You never know what's gonna fall apart next. So off I went, pulling a known working drive from another Xbox and temporarily transplanting it into this one. Why have they put this here? Why have they put this damn scrotum on it? Sitting a little awkwardly, but otherwise that should work. Look at that. And then we never need a DVD drive again. Thankfully, Xbox DVD drives weren't password protected and paired to each individual motherboard.
That's legitimately what that reminds me of, and I don't like
it. Went very smoothly, and soon we had a soft-modded Xbox and, crucially, a copy of the EEPROM containing the unique hard drive password. No dramas, no whacking borries. Okay, and our Xbox is fully modded. So step number 1 is going to be replacing this hard drive, and to do that, I will need a few bits and pieces. Okay, so first off,
is this original Xbox?
Well,
okay.
Decided I'm gonna go all out, put in a Samsung 120 gig SSD. Now, you're probably thinking 2 things. One, an SSD, it's too fast. It's overkill. The Xbox drive bus isn't fast enough to take advantage of the speed of an SSD. And you're right, but keep in mind the goal of this project is as quiet as possible. And no matter what size, no matter how new a mechanical hard drive is, it will always be louder than an SSD. You also might be thinking, 120 gig, that seems a little bit small, but honestly, I'm not the kind of person who just loads my Xbox with like 100 games. I'm pretty happy with just 5 to 10 of my favorites. So honestly, 120 is fine, and it will be absolutely silent. But of course, SSDs like this have SATA connections, not the old IDE of the Xbox. So, needed to pick up a SATA to IDE bridge board. Hey guys, welcome to my unboxing video. And we're done. That's essentially it. Now, another thing I got was this 2.5 inch to 3.5 inch mounting kit adapter thing. This is a 3.5 inch mechanical drive, but SSDs are almost always a 2.5 inch drive, which means it won't automatically just kind of fit in there. We could just tape it down, but I thought it would be neater to get a proper adapter. I'm now noticing it might not actually work because this is mounted in the middle and this moves it off to the side. I guess we'll find out. Let's do a test fit, shall we? Right. Well, it looks like tape it is. If I was willing to spend a little bit more, I could have gotten this adapter, which is considerably smaller and quite likely would have let me use the mounting kit, but it's fine. So at this point,
yeah, we never had an original Xbox in my house, but I can't imagine that games that old were that big.
However, I couldn't get the Xbox to pick up the new drive at all. It turns out I missed the step where if you're using a SATA adapter, you're meant to replace the Xbox's 40-wire IDE cable for an 80-wire one. Apparently this has something to do with the 80-wire cable having less interference.
Like, when was that
with processors,
console
and
out? Like, the
therefore
early
better able to handle
2000s?
faster speeds that come with SATA drives. So while I waited to get one of those, I decided to focus on the second
I don't think they
generation
would get
Xbox component.
so big
Okay,
that,
so
like, I don't think there would be a game that was like 100 gigs like you see
Let me
now.
remind you all of what this sounds like now.
Sheesh. The Xbox is older than me.
Noisy. So what I got to replace it was this Nexus something 70mm fan. It brands itself as a real silent case fan and the world's quietest fans. This is pretty frequently recommended as something that is more or less a drop-in replacement, so let's give it a shot, shall we? It's actually slightly smaller than the original fan. This is awkwardly, I believe, a 72mm fan, which I think is a non-standard size. This is a 70mm fan, so it's slightly smaller, but 2mm.
Yeah, we had like
Not that I have familiarity.
we had like the
being
Xbox
anything other
360.
than 2mm, but anyway,
It was my
now,
sister's.
The original fan is held in just with two little.
We had that and a Wii, and those were our
Let's
consoles,
unplug this
and like
before I
NES, and
spend
we had
it.
an Atari too.
They are actually quite sturdy, so I'm going to use a flathead screwdriver. Again, being quite careful. Okay, and it is out, and oh boy. Well, clearly my dusting job in the last episode wasn't very thorough. I'll just wipe that down real quick. Hey guys, welcome to my unboxing video. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Okay, so I hear that this should basically just drop in. And it pretty much does. Cool. God, this is such a mess. And it came like this. The cable is obviously a lot longer because it's designed for real computers. As you can see, the cable on the original Xbox was extremely
Yeah,
short. Okay, here we go. Powering it on. Actually,
now,
plug it in first.
we have a
Okay,
PS3 in our
now, powering
house,
it
but
on.
it's my brother's, so I don't play it. And
Whoa, I can barely hear that at all. It
I
is
mainly
still-
just play games on
it is
my
working.
computer and on my Steam Deck and on my my Switch less so, but still a
That
little
is
bit.
so cool. It's not even close to the loudness of the other one. Just a reminder of what it sounded like before.
We had a lot more handheld consoles than we did home consoles.
That's amazing. Okay, real quick, if we're gonna make this a permanent installation, I do want to untangle these wires. Just gonna straighten them out, and I'm gonna put a cable tie on them. Okay, nice and neat. The extra cable mass does make it a little bit tougher to put the DVD drive in. You kind of have to shove it into its corner, but it can be done. There we go. I was warned about this. It is slightly looser than the original fan was in the case. I don't think it's that much of a problem because the hard drive caddy is kind of keeping it in the same place, and as long as it's not rattling a ton.
We got the PS3,
probably not too bad. So
my
all we need to
mom's
finish
like
off now is that
husband or
80-wire IDE
whatever,
cable.
he brought it
And
with him when he
we're
moved
back,
in.
And it is a great day because I finally have my 80-pin IDE cable. So why don't we go ahead
But
and we'll try to install it.
outside of that, we all have our own stuff.
When working with Xboxes, you tend to do
I
this
buy
very
all
often,
my own
removing hard
stuff,
drives,
so I don't
removing
really
DVD drives.
like care to shell out for a
Okay.
home console
Now,
when
the
I don't
original
even have a
Xbox
TV
IDE
in my
cable
room.
is actually very close to the kind of cable you'd find in a PC, where you have 3 connectors, 2 of which are close together. Traditionally, the long stretch would go to the motherboard, and the 2 close together would connect to up to 2 devices. The Xbox uses it backwards, with the long stretch going to the hard drive, which is perfectly permissible with IDE. The only way it won't work is the middle one going to the motherboard, which for some reason I do remember being a problem once for me back in the day. But the cable is slightly different in that all the connectors are upside down. You see these pegs for helping with alignment, they're usually on the other side. That means a regular cable does end up having to do some extra loops and folds that make it far less neat than the original cable. But thankfully the new one is longer so we can get away with it. I guess I could split up a bunch of the wires so they can be twisted around easier. That was a common trick, but whatever. All I can say is it does make me appreciate how far we've come not having to deal with so many wide, bulky parallel cables anymore. Looks a mess, but hopefully it tastes great. And I'm turning it on now. Whoa. I didn't even know I'd turned it on for a second there.
Oh,
That was
no.
so quiet.
My sister, she doesn't live with us, but she is always like getting and selling and getting more Xbox
Whoa.
Ones.
Okay,
So like every time, like she hasn't been over here in a while,
Okay,
but
look at that.
every time she comes over, she has to reinstall
I love that.
Call of Duty, and then it takes up our Wi-Fi for like an entire night, and it's really annoying.
See if it was like a fluke or not. Turning on it a second time. I'll never get over how quiet that is. It's just astounding. Very serene, very zen. Hell, maybe the Xbox wouldn't have failed in Japan if it was this quiet. Huh. It seems like it might just take that long to start up now. And the irony is, this is an SSD. I guess I gotta load a game onto it, right? It doesn't seem to be much slower, at least from the FTP speed. I'm getting about 11 megabytes a second, which seems at least the same, if not a little faster than usual. So it doesn't seem to be slower overall, just on startup, I think. It's not ideal, but I don't really mind waiting another 5 to 10 seconds to start up. I mean, I have RGH an Xbox 360 before, so clearly I don't. Nice. Okay, we're done. Okay. Ooh, yeah. There we go, the most important game in the world. Yes. Oh, that's so cool. Oh, that's so cool. It's running off an SSD, and it's quiet. You can hear me whisper over the Xbox. I love that. I love that so much. Okay, let's go ahead and clean this up. So because of how wide the adapter is and the way the plastic kind of narrows around the screw holes, I had to mount it a little diagonally. But the tape seems to be doing a good job. It didn't budge, putting some mild pressure on it, so I think it should be secure for any bumps or shakes the Xbox is likely to experience. I just have to stuff this ID cable in without ruining it. Okay, let's see if it'll close up. Alright. Okay, look at that. Let's plug it all back in and admire the sound once more. Now there is one other thing that we should look at. I mentioned it before that this replacement fan is slightly smaller than the original, so we should look at whether the temperature...
Yeah, I kind of just like drown out like the noises of my machines, so I never really notice if they're really loud.
Let's try that out. Turn up all the way. Let's try
Unless they're like ridiculously loud. And I don't think things really get that loud anymore. Like my computer gets really loud, but it's not so bad.
I recommend that with this fan you should double the speed to ensure it provides adequate cooling since it's a little smaller. Let's see what that sounds like. Yeah, that's pretty quiet, especially because it's very unlikely that you'd be playing Xbox with the console sitting right in front of you. Usually, you know, it's going to be a couple meters away and next to your TV, right? But for the sake of science, I'm going to do some testing myself. I'm going to compare with a very similar, also 1.6 Xbox, which still has its original fan. First, I left each Xbox at its dashboard for about an hour to get a good idea of each one's idle temperature. The stock fan maintained a pretty stable 55 degrees Celsius, while the new fan slowly crept up and eventually got as high as 68 degrees Celsius, and quite possibly would have kept creeping up.
Meanwhile, me as a little kid being like mind blown by the DS.
So I think I can safely agree with those recommendations that the
Like,
new fan at the
whoa,
same speed is just not
there's
sufficiently
Mario
cooling the
Kart.
CPU. I set it to 2x and almost
Whoa,
immediately it
there's
started
new
cooling
Super Mario
down,
Bros. For
seeming to
Nintendo
stabilize around
DS.
61 degrees Celsius. This is still warmer than the stock fan, but still a fairly acceptable temperature to idle at. Let's play some games. Oh, you may have to play video games? What a hard job. After about 20 minutes of Burnout 3, the Xbox with the stock fan rose only 2 degrees to 57 degrees Celsius. And I'm happy to say at 2x, the new fan performed very similarly, only seeming to rise 1 degree to 62 degrees Celsius. Again, warmer than the stock fan, but not dangerously so.
Yeah.
So I think we can safely say running at 2x is indeed your best bet with this fan. It'll be a little bit warmer, but a lot quieter, and doesn't seem to be in any danger of overheating. Just for fun, I turned the fan all the way up to 5x and played another 20 minutes of Burnout 3. This almost certainly defeats the purpose of this mod at all.
Yeah, just cause,
anyway, but I was
the
curious
first time I played a DS, it was when we still were using our NES.
the
So
stock
I was used
So
to
I
NES
guess you
games,
could
and
use this as
then
a way to lower temps without
one of my
necessarily
dad's
increasing the
friends
noise
brought
much,
over
at least until we get into
a
liquid cooling,
DS,
which of course people have
and
done.
I was like,
Me, I
whoa,
think I'm happy
it's
with
so
sticking around
small.
2x, since that seems to be a good compromise between low noise and stable temperatures. Anyways, I couldn't be happy with this. I think this is the coolest thing in the world. As someone who loves
Okay,
the
I think
original
this one's
Xbox, who
done.
still plays the original Xbox, the handful of games that were never ported to any other platform, and
Oh,
who
wow.
also loves quiet electronics, who loves peace and tranquility, being able to play those games without hearing that whirring wind tunnel anymore.
Yeah,
To
we
me,
went,
that's just a
we
game
like,
changer. I
our
think
home
it's the
consoles
coolest thing. Anyways, thank you so much for
unironically went
watching.
from
I know I
NES
was
to
too
Wii.
divided,
Like,
but
that
thank
was,
you at least
that
for
was it.
watching.
That was the
I'll see
in-between.
you all in the
Never
next video.
any N64, never GameCube. None of that. It was an NES, then it was a Wii. We got the Wii for Christmas. And we were playing Wii Sports and Donkey Kong Country Returns, which is one of my favorite games ever. And it was crazy.
Are you sick of this Xbox yet? Too bad, bitch. It has been quite a journey. When you first saw this Xbox in January, it was
Okay.
completely
Alright.
dead.
Next
Since then,
one.
it was resurrected, modded, made a lot quieter, and had a fully digital HDMI mod installed for pristine video quality. For me, this resulted in the ultimate Xbox. I know a lot of people will disagree. Some people think that the noise and the blurry video quality
I think the
is
video is gonna
probably
pause for a
nostalgia
second,
or
so don't
aesthetic,
mind it if
but
it does.
As far as I'm concerned, this was a dream come true. Except I do have to admit, the Xbox did not
I wish. I
come
would
away
love
from
to
that
stream Donkey Kong
completely
Country
unscathed.
Returns, so I'd have to get like
There
a Wii
was
setup though.
cooling issue that cropped up after the HDMI mod was installed, and while you might think that that's probably something to do with the quieter fan that I installed,
I have played like
actually,
countless
this
hours
has
of that
been
game just
relatively
casually.
the heat sinks. So you remember how I had to remove this heat
Okay,
sink
we got
bracket
that, we got
to
that.
solder the HDMI mod's ribbon cable to the board? The bracket is held in with these 5 plastic
I'll do this one
pegs,
next.
and my understanding was that
It's gonna pop up on the tab, don't mind me, just copying this.
and I mean, it did work. However, for whatever reason, maybe because of the 20-year-old plastic is brittle, pulling them out seems to have kind of smoothed the pegs over, which means they no longer properly clamp onto the board. But you can see here I have all 5 pegs properly clamped in. I can even have one of the heat sinks locked in. But then as soon as I try to lock in the second heat sink, pop, one of the sides pops up. And then try to push that down, another side pops up. Push another one down, another side pops up. It's like the most annoying game of whack-a-mole ever. And even trying to push down all sides at once, basically no amount of pushing this down actually got it to lock into place. Obviously, the result of this is that the CPU and GPU are no longer making a good connection with the heatsink, meaning they are no longer getting properly cooled. Indeed, if left on, the Xbox would overheat and shut off, which sucked. Now, I wasn't really sure what to do about this. I tried using various things to kind of wedge the pegs into place so they wouldn't just pop back up, but nothing really.
We also, as a kid, we got a lot of those like bootleg plug and play. You plug the controller and it has all like the fake games and stuff.
I realized these pegs are just holding the bracket to the board. They're effectively.
I haven't. Is there a new Donkey Kong Country coming
So
out?
using my measurements, I've determined what kind of screw width and length would be ideal for this sort of thing, and this is what I ended up with. I got 2 different types just in case. I knew the thicker ones should fit, but just in case they didn't, I got one level thinner too. I got those and some nylon washers to prevent the nuts from damaging the board. And the thickest screws did in fact fit, just as my measurements predicted. Here I am reapplying the heatsink grease because why not? And clamping down the heatsinks. Will it clamp in without any of the screws?
Oh, okay.
Well, probably.
I'll have to look into it. Hold on, I'll
If
type
this
that in my
was to
phone
do-
right now so
Here we
so I can
go.
like remember.
Except I had the heatsink
Here.
clamp in the wrong way. Excellent. Very good. How long does it take for me to figure that out? There we go.
Windswept.
There we go.
Game.
Nice. And they're clamped in. Hell yeah.
Oh, I remember. I think you mentioned this.
Broken pegs. I feel like, why not just do that? Well, here's potentially why not. At first, it didn't seem to fit back in the case.
Yeah.
Board. This was very confusing to me for a while. Here you can
Yeah,
see
I
I'm
think you
slowly
shared this
pulling
in
the
Von's server
fully
once.
back in it. Originally, I assumed the screws were just too long, but after measuring, I realized, if anything, they
Yeah.
should be shorter than the pegs. What ended up being the problem was these. You can see these 4 pegs here, 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 and here. They are actually sit right where
I've
the
only
pegs
played
do.
the SNES games that were on
And I'm
Virtual
guessing
Console
they're
for
there to just
3DS.
kind of apply extra
and I haven't
pressure
played all
to
of them.
clamp the heatsinks down even more. But since these were way thicker than the pegs, they were getting in each other's way. Basically, it wasn't a length issue, it was a girth issue.
I think
At first I wondered if I would have to
the
switch them
systems
or
like I know the
somehow
most about,
modifications
like
to the
in
case.
terms of their game
Actually, it turned out
catalogs,
not to be
are
necessary.
obviously
This test vid actually showed
DS,
definitively
Wii,
that the nuts could actually fit as long as they were
Game Boy
really flexible.
Advance,
So what I realized I could do was,
and
because there's just a little bit of wiggle room in those screw holes, I
and
could
like
just, while
3DS.
they were loose, push them outwards towards the
Okay.
corner, and then screw them in, and keep them as far away from the center as possible. It then sat nicely inside
And obviously
those
like computer.
case ridges. Okay, so that
But
was
there's like
the
infinite games on
basic,
computer.
thankfully, a fairly simple solution. It was a little intimidating for a while because
I don't think it's the same as like
would be required to
like a
resolve this
first party
cleanly.
game
But
console, because
there
like
were
anyone
still
can make a
some further
computer game.
modifications that I wanted to make from here. One was removing the DVD drive. We know from the first episode.
Oh,
that it
and the
was
Switch,
anyway,
but
and it also
I don't know if that
appears to
counts
be
'cause
the
it's so
last
new,
major
like, relative to all the
noise-making
others.
component. It makes just a little whirring sound on startup, which would be nice to get rid of. It also weighs a fair bit and takes up a lot of space, but we couldn't remove it before because a regular Xbox will actually throw a fatal error if the DVD drive isn't present. Even if it's soft-modded, the software doesn't actually get loaded until after the hardware is checked, so there's nothing you can do to stop it. But now that this Xbox is mod-chipped, we can actually disable the DVD check at the kernel level and then ditch the DVD drive forever. Sort of. Most of you probably know that iconic Xbox logo on the front is actually a part of the DVD drive, so unless we want a big gap in its place, we will need to salvage just that bit. I took the top off the DVD drive, which ended up not being necessary because you can actually just pop it off the tray at any time. It is a bitch to take off though, I will say. I was actually really struggling with this until I watched a YouTube video that told me that you just have to sort of pull up on it. There you go. Then I just used some double-sided tape and a lot of patience to very carefully stick it in the right place. The double-sided tape is actually surprisingly strong. It might not survive like punching it or whatever, but as long as
oh
it's
yeah,
gonna
I
work,
did a
that
play.
was
I
pretty much
I
good
played
right
through
there.
Hi-Fi Rush on my own
One
time.
thing
It was
about
really fun. I really
is
enjoyed it.
Just a millimeter or two too low.
I didn't do much after I completed the story because I kind of was like, okay, I'm done. Next game, right? But I had a lot of fun with it. I played it on my own time.
Now I think I'm gonna leave it as is. Now I also went to the effort of upgrading.
I love
to a better
I need to play
Yes,
I think
the
it's called No
45 to
Straight
50
Roads.
seconds of boot time did start to get
I have that. I needed to play it. I tried to play it on my Steam Deck, and my Steam Deck like didn't like it. So I need to play it on my computer. I just haven't yet.
I might actually be able to use the 2.5 to 3.5 inch adapter that I bought months ago. The old adapter
But yeah, it's another one of those like action, like rhythm games. Rhythm games are like the genre I consider myself best at. So there's a good chance if there's like a rhythm game, I've either heard of it or played it.
So much neater. I will admit, I said in the second episode that the double-sided tape held on pretty well and wasn't going to move around. It didn't hold on very well. It did pop off, probably because the hard drive is...
I'm always looking out for new rhythm games on Steam and stuff. I'm always curious to see what's coming out.
Seeing that coming, but hey, now it's fixed. Now, I did think about the possibility of maybe replacing these heatsinks with something bigger. After all, without that DVD drive, we now have way more space for cooling. However, I found that as far as air cooling went...
Oh, there was an update?
Kind of limited. The Xbox is...
I'll have to look into it. If there's more content, I'll have to play through it.
Or short, a little manlet, and almost all cooling I found...
Why are you calling your gaming machine parts manlets or whatever? I don't know what he was talking about. Calm down, Matt Casey.
What's in my PC, which is the Cooler Master Hyper 212X or whatever, which blows air out the back of the case, but that would have been way too tall to fit inside an Xbox, and I couldn't find anything like that that was low profile. What I did find was a heatsink that was like the CPU one, but a lot bigger. In fact, it was designed to be passive so that, in theory, it wouldn't need a fan at all. I measured out the dimensions and found that it would have just fit, though it would have had to cover both the CPU and GPU, and I would have had to move these three capacitors. I probably could have just gotten away with like bending them over with their legs bent into the board.
Whoa, a roguelike? That sounds really cool.
It would have been doable, but it would have been a lot of work. And eventually
I like roguelikes.
it was probably more work.
Like, I'm a big fan of Hades and Noita and stuff like that.
Reduce temperatures that much. Like, maybe I could have gotten the fan to run at 20% again instead of 40%, but it seemed like a lot more effort than it was worth. I think at this point, the best ways to actually improve temperatures on this Xbox would be to simply just run the fan faster. And
I think
sacrifice a
I
bit of that
got
quietness,
meat.
or to go all
Here
in
comes
with
Nico.
liquid cooling. Now, liquid cooling would be very interesting.
I
won't
think I got
lie,
it for his
but
birthday
would
because
also
he was on his
be
wish
a load
list,
of effort.
and I was
Another thing
like,
someone mentioned
get
was that the slightly
birthday
high
gifted,
temperatures
nerd.
of the quieter fan could be because it doesn't fit as well. I showed off in its first appearance that it kind of wiggles in place. It doesn't create an airtight seal with the rest of the case. And I could
Lately I've been playing the Ghost Trick remaster, and
could raise temperatures as much as 10
like
degrees
assorted
Celsius,
3DS
because
games.
blocking off the top just helps the fan that
Because
much
I
more,
recently got
sucking the
a
air
new
through
Nintendo
these. So I
3DS
started with a
XL,
foam gasket, eventually trying out this
so I've been
double-sided
having a lot of
foam
fun with that.
tape. It was, as you might expect, pretty fiddly, especially here when I had to trim it down.
But mainly
fit,
Ghost
but
Trick,
it
and then we
worked.
started
It did
Rhythm
seem
Doctor
to,
tonight,
once it
and
was all
then
clipped in, form a pretty good
does she have
seal
makeup?
with
Yeah,
the
she
rest of the
totally
case.
does.
Except I realized when I put the hard drive caddy back in that it was actually kind of pulling on it. Here, so you can kind of
Yeah,
see
I'm always
down
playing
hard drive caddy,
various
kind of pulls on the
games.
fan to the point where the metal
I need to
case is
continue it, but I
open.
started
And looking at it, I
earlier
could kind of see there was this wedge
a
that was
Sophie,
just catching on the corner of the fan. Obviously, it probably
because I
wasn't
got
clear
kind of worn out from
the
a
caddy itself
Adler, Liddy, and
was
Suel,
pulling the fan
so
all the way
I moved on to
inside,
Sophie.
potentially messing up some of its airflow. I saw that some people simply cut one of the corners off, so I decided to do the same thing.
But
Just cut the offending corner off.
right now it's Ghost
After all,
Trick,
it's not like we're gonna need to
it's
screw anything into it anyway.
Rhythm Doctor
So
for the
here's my
stream,
trimmed down fan,
and
seal it
then
back into place onto the tape,
yeah,
and you can see
I'm
no
waiting
longer
for
is the hard drive caddy pulling on it.
the
I put it all back
final
together,
question mark
did some
update
temperature tests
of
again,
your
and how much
your
difference
turn
did
to
that make?
die.
Temperatures are still the same.
I'm waiting on that to come
Well, at least
out
the fan is no longer sitting loose,
so I
but
can
yeah,
finish the
these are
story.
temperatures we're stuck with now. So while there are improvements we could
I played We Love Katamari recently, like on stream and off stream, and I need to stream that again because I've finished the game, but I want to do it on stream too. And I love the Katamari Damacy games. I started Signalis. I realized I was gonna have to do like an hour and a half of stuff over again. And I was like, I'll come back to it later, and later hasn't come yet. I didn't realize how unforgiving Signalis is. I was like, oh yeah, I've played Silent Hill 1 through 3, I can play that game, right? And no.
Everyone likes the Game Boy. Seriously,
It's so
It's
punishing.
a Game Boy and it plays Tetris and Pokemon. Even in Japan, where I found some of the better retro deals, there's a notable exception for Game Boys, which are sometimes actually more expensive than in the West. So when I saw this faulty Game Boy Pocket nearby for cheap, my curiosity was piqued. I had to check it out. Especially because, what the hell is going on here? I don't know if that's a marker or some scrunched up bit of thread or some kind of alien creature or mold growing inside.
Yeah, I started playing Resident Evil 2, like the original, and I haven't gone back to it in a while.
Surprisingly, because Game Boys usually belong to kids, and kids aren't.
Because it's really hard,
and
and I'm not good at it. I put it on easy, and Capcom was like, yeah, easy and big air quotes.
In fact, one of the scratches even forms a name.
I think the aesthetic is really cool. I love like dystopian space horror. I think it's awesome. Like I really like the Alien, the movie, and The Thing, which is not in space, but it's got like that spacey vibe.
Yeah, it's another dead boy, and it's not the batteries because they work perfectly fine in my other Game Boy. I'm a
big horror fan, so I don't actively seek out every horror game like I do rhythm games because I'm very easily scared, but I really like watching movies and stuff of it.
Really only a few pieces to it. Much like the outside, the board was clean and
like I've talked a lot about horror movies and media on the stream.
The buttons are, so this would be the primary entry point for any dirt and gunk. But there's really nothing. I wonder if this was one of those barely played consoles, or maybe someone's been in here before. Well, let's see if we can find out why this isn't turning on. Just to cover my bases, I jumped straight to the battery terminals and tested them with the multimeter. But
welcome, Jer. Yeah.
Fine, and the board does
it's just like
power, or at least
it's like
power.
Space horror and nautical horror are so good
Something was off
because like
couldn't really tell what.
It's that
I couldn't tell
vibe of like
definitively
anything
which
could
LED
be
was wrong.
down
It's
there
supposed to be
/
5
out
volts
there.
stepped up from the batteries by this regulator in the corner. But
It
instead,
lends itself
seemed
really well to
nothing.
horror.
So the regulator was my first suspect. Since I have another working Game Boy Pocket that I can use as a reference, I decided to just take that one apart too and try to do kind of a jump start maneuver between the working one and
Yeah,
the
I'm
broken
sure
one.
I'll go back
With
to
the
it
batteries in the
eventually. I
broken
want to
one,
finish
connect
it.
both
I bought it,
VCCs and LED
obviously.
pins together in parallel. In
So I do want to
theory,
finish
if
it.
the
I
voltage
just...
regulator is the problem, this
I'm like,
completely
I'm probably
bypasses
just gonna
power steering
restart my
setting
entire
broken
save,
power
and I'm
source.
gonna be like,
Okay, so the Game
no!
Boy is on. Let's see if it'll power the green one. No chime. The volume is all the way up, but it seems to still be dead. Just to check,
But yeah,
can
I
you put the
have
screen in? Yeah,
Alien
still nothing.
Isolation. I
Not that we really
promised
know how
Lost I would
functional the
stream
screen
it.
is yet. Checking voltages,
I'm
we
gonna
are at
stream
least
it.
getting
I
5
just don't
volts
know
on
when
the
yet.
LED now, but I guess it's not enough to go live. I checked some Game Boy Pocket schematics put together by
But
Video on GitHub. Having documentation is a great reference for a situation like this. Here we can see the power
I
from the
watched
batteries
Vaughn
goes
play
pretty much
the Dead
directly
Space
to the
remake.
power switch,
It
which
was
connects the rest of the
it looked
board
really
either
good.
to those batteries while it's on, or this drain resistor
Like,
if the power is off. When the power goes to the switch,
So
it goes to a
I'm
plate called
really
SW1
bad
VCC. When that power goes through the
shooters.
switch into the rest of the board, it's just VCC.
Like,
But here's something interesting. On the board, SW1
and a lot of
VCC
horror
is
games
getting
have
power
like
at the
shooting
same
in them,
2.4-ish
like
volts
Resident
AC
Evil
coming straight out of the
and Dead
batteries.
Space.
But
I think Dead Space is
VCC
really cool though
is
because like
getting
you can
a
use
fraction of that,
anything as a
0.45
weapon,
volts,
kinda.
and just
If I
kind of
remember
meandering
right.
around there. This would seem to indicate that the power switch
But
itself is causing the problems.
so I
Somehow
don't
only passing power
play
pushes
as many
power
horror
through.
games.
To confirm, I soldered this wire in, essentially hardwiring it to on. When I put the batteries
Sorry,
in,
I'm like losing my train of thought. I have so much to say.
No!
I remember starting like
So,
watching
yeah,
someone
we
playing Soma,
confirmed the
but
solder
I
fuse,
didn't
just the
finish
power
it, so
switch of
maybe
all
I'll play it
things.
myself.
Let's see what it looks like with the screen connected. Wow, so the screen actually does work despite when
Yeah,
the
I'm bad at
batteries
shooting,
inside it.
and a lot of horror
In fact,
games
it
are
didn't
like,
fight with
you
gaming
should be
circuit.
shooting enemies, and I'm like,
Nice.
I
Seemed good.
cannot.
So what to do
like,
about
do
this
that.
broken switch? My instinct was to just
So,
replace it. Surely someone
Most
has
of
to
the
do
horror
some
games I
replacing
play are
switches,
like
right?
hardcore
Well,
survival horror,
yes
where
and
like if you
no.
like
What people
fight
are
things, like
making is
you're
an
just gonna
adaptable board
die,
that
so it's
takes
not
this
even worth
standard
it.
switch part and fits it to the board of several Game Boys. I was a little skeptical because it didn't quite look the same.
Like
The switch was,
I played
smaller,
Silent
but
Hill 1
it
through
works
3,
okay.
but it was
It's
because
safe
the
to say
shooting in
the
those
should
games
work,
is
so
so
I gave it
like
a shot.
primitive that it
Using
was
some
actually
soldering
easier
braid
for
and
me than it
refills,
usually
the switch
is.
actually went fairly smoothly. I then cleaned off and prepared to attach the new switch. I lined it up on the board so that all the pads seemed to be in the right place. I even made sure this plastic bit would reach
If
it,
I'm
soldered it
shooting
down,
in a
and
game, it has
it
to be
didn't.
like tank
Literally,
controls
not even a
or
millimeter off. I thought
I
lined
can
it up
kinda
perfectly.
like
I even
manage
thought I'd
on like an
confirmed its
easy
position using how the
difficulty if
plastic, but
I'm
it
doing it in
just
VR.
barely doesn't make it.
Like I
I
played
did try
through
another
Half-Life
desoldering, but since
Alex,
this board had already
and
just
because
been
I
delivered,
bought it and I didn't know it was like a shooter, and I'm
this
like, oh
switch
no,
also
there's
touches
guns in
differently
this
from the
game.
old
I'm
one,
bad
making
at this,
soldering a lot more
but I
complicated.
got through the
Eventually, I
story
decided to just leave it.
on
I already
easy.
singed some of the LCD
It was
connectors,
not
I didn't
easy,
want to
but
risk any
I
more
did it.
damage. So I resoldered it and started thinking of ways I could salvage this one. In my defense, this switch piece is definitely smaller than the original. In fact, I think it's safe to say that is too small. I don't want to be shifting the blame here, but the fact that this is small enough to look like it all lines up but then not work, I think is a design flaw with this new switch. But regardless, it was time to figure out what to do about it. I brainstormed for a while, trying to figure out what my options were as far as either making the switch longer or modifying the plastic.
So yeah, like if a horror game is gonna like disincentivize or not let me shoot, I'm more likely to play it.
Pretty much any situation, even if it did reach, it would only just barely. And if you're wondering if it was supposed to mount upside down, I actually thought about that too.
Because it's just easier for me. I'm already worried about like dying to the monster or whatever. I don't need to worry about like
pretty sure this
using like a gun in a video game too.
Quite work. I wondered if this was actually designed for a game.
Like I could use it in Signalis, but I wasted my ammo because I was so bad at it.
That sucks.
And that's why I need to
So one
restart
night I
because
was
I have
forcing
like
my
out of
kid to do a
ammo
bunch of these
and there's
easy
like
floss
no way
things
for me to
because
get
I
any
know
more,
you
and I'm like,
can't
oh
floss
no,
properly.
like
And I
not in
realized
an
they all come
like
with this plastic toothpick. And
like I
the
can't
section
progress to a
was
point where I could get more.
just the right size to extend the switch as long as it needs to be. So I went ahead and chopped one of them up. While the
Yeah,
end is a little thin and flexible,
so
further
like
down is actually quite sturdy.
a
and it
lot
does
of
good
my
work.
childhood
Lining it
was
up, it
playing
certainly
2D
seems like
games,
it
right?
could.
Because
I trimmed
like
it down
I would be
further
playing my
until it's just
DS,
the right size.
or I would be
After some
playing
very
the Wii,
finicky
and we
positioning
couldn't
with
really
cardboard,
afford
everything
games
is
for
finally
Wii
in
that like
place.
had
I'm
like
placing the extra piece
3D movement,
underneath so that it can
like
extend in
like
both
as a
directions,
main
like I
thing.
mentioned before. I'm using
Um,
2-part epoxy again because it seemed to work last
like
time.
I would play like Wii
Very
Bowling or Wii
carefully, I
Sports
dabbed
Resort,
it on.
and that would
Once
be what
again,
I
I
was
was
playing.
very nervous about overdoing it, especially
But
with you getting into the Switch and potentially gumming it up forever.
but
It got a
I
little
only
close
started
here, but I
playing
looked it was
3E
fine and
games
left it
in
for
like
24 hours
2018.
to dry. All right, a day later, let's test the Switch. Okay,
Yeah,
not too
that's
bad.
actually the
Thankfully,
vibe.
Switch was still functional,
Like
and I
that's
feel
how I
positive
got
every
through
side,
the first 3
but
Silent Hill games. It's because I
yeah,
was
the
like,
bits in the
I'm
box
just gonna
just
run,
fell right
and
off.
then I was like,
Plastic
oh
Wii is
yeah, I'll
notoriously
play
tough
Resident
because
Evil
different types
2.
of
I can
plastic
just run
provide
away,
different
right?
strengths to bond
No,
with. While
no,
the
you
squeak is
cannot
right, the
just run
Switch is
away
plastic,
in
it's
Resident
original
Evil
leather
2.
floss. As expected, even though it's longer, without the extra
I was
bit
like,
underneath,
no.
the Switch slides past it. But I wasn't too worried because it's not
But
like
yeah,
small bits of plastic are hard to find, so I could probably
I
still
haven't
do
been playing
something else in
3D
there.
games for as
What
long as a lot of
was
people I know.
concerning was this.
Like a lot of people I know grew up
Yeah,
with like
okay.
PlayStation
Clearly
and
the
like
Switch
Xbox and
really
stuff.
isn't designed to have these sorts of
So
forces
they're
working
used
on
to
it.
like
Inadvertently,
they've
I've turned the
played
Switch
the
into a
3D
keyboard.
games for like
Basically,
decades.
what this means is there's nothing we can do here. Any attempt to lengthen the Switch is just gonna do this. So now what? As far as I can tell, we have two options. We could keep this Switch and find some way to modify the plastic shell bit to reach further down. I was kind of trying to avoid this because I don't want to hack up Game Boy parts just for the
Yeah,
sake of crappy
like
Switch,
I'm
but
not
maybe
opposed to a
something we can
game
do.
having
The other
guns.
option
Like
is just find another
I
Switch.
absolutely
Something that,
adore the first
unfortunately, doesn't
Bayonetta
seem
game.
to exist.
Um,
Basically, all replacement Switches
but
now have
it's
some
aiming that's the
variation of
problem.
features in it, some with the PCB and some without. It is likely that without the PCB, it would be both lower and could be extended out further.
Resident
so
Evil
the
is so
plastic bit
scary.
could catch. But we're definitely teetering into bodgy territory here. Once again, I brainstormed this for a while, but eventually I discovered something that I never knew about. The original Switch could be taken apart.
I have no idea what's happening in this
Some
video.
singular unit that just had to be replaced, but apparently
I was not paying attention at
you
all.
can disassemble the Switch all the
But
way
yeah,
down to
like
its base
when
components,
I'm
so
playing a
naturally
3D
cleaning
game,
was in order. With some alcohol and a Q-tip,
it's
I got to work.
way harder
And
for me if I have to
shocking
use the
that, this
keyboard.
thing's filthy inside. After cleaning
And
all the bits and
then,
putting it back together, I tested it out with the multimeter, and it actually seems to be working.
yeah.
The pins that should light up in each position are lighting up.
Like
We
I
might actually
work
be
way
able to
better
restore the original
on
Switch if we could just get this
controller
going
when
right.
it comes to 3D
I
games.
sat down with the Switch once again, and with a lot of patience and a lot of flux.
But then aiming on
the
controller
Switch
is so hard, and I'm like,
and the
oh,
Game
you've
Boy
got to be
came
kidding
away,
me.
well, I guess I can't say unscathed, but I'm just thankful all the pads are still intact. I certainly don't want to have to put it through another desoldering, so for testing, I'm only going to solder in the pins that need to be soldered in. Alright, let's give it a test.
Oh, you're talking about the one with
Oh, that was a happy Game
Jill
Boy
and
noise.
Chris question
Let's try
mark?
with the
I've
screen.
never actually
Just
watched
sort of
a
focus.
playthrough of
There it is.
Resident Evil 1.
Alright, so unexpectedly, I can now confidently solder the original Switch back in, and the Game Boy is now working perfectly.
Like I know how it looks
Oh,
and stuff,
that
but I've never
information.
like watched a
I'm
full
pretty sure
playthrough.
This is the first time I've replaced a part just to end up swapping the old one back in. After a little refurbishing, of course. I looked around at some other YouTube repairs, and that does seem to be what other, more knowledgeable people do too. You actually don't have to completely desolder the Switch to clean it either. You can simply desolder the metal shield and lift it up, at which point you can just
But yeah,
clean it out as we did before. Well, there's a Matt KC top tip for you. If you're thinking of replacing your
I'm
Game
not
Boy
like
Switch,
okay. This
don't,
is gonna
at
sound
least
like
until China
dumb,
starts mass-producing more appropriate
but
Switches. Yeah, I'd recommend holding on to these original
I'm
ones.
less
Turns out they're
scared
easy to come by.
of like
Now,
gore and
finally,
stuff than I am
what is
disgusted
up
by
with
it.
this
So like
screen?
zombies don't
Well,
really freak
let's
me
take a
out
look.
too much.
The screen is stuck in with essentially some mild adhesive. All you have
And
to
like
do
and
is
that
flex
and that
just the
includes
case, and
space
eventually it'll
zombies.
just pop out. Damn, I was kind of hoping this marking was just on the plastic lens or something. Nope, it's
It
definitely
like
in the
I'm
screen.
way more
Both
susceptible to
these
like
LCD
psychological
screens are made
horror
up of a
and
bunch
stuff
of
like that.
layers, so it should be possible to take them apart and see once and for all what this stuff is. First I removed the frontmost polarizer layer. I won't pretend to know how optical elements work. All I know is this helps direct the light and is necessary to see.
Yeah, I
It's also
know.
possible
I
things
know
later
you
get
have to like
undamaged and
make
hopefully
sure
can be
the
replaced.
zombies are
Naturally,
dead
this
in
secret's
Resident
pretty
Evil
damn
1 and
strong,
like
but
all the
that's the
other
method it can be
Resident
peeled
Evil
off.
games where I'll
It
still
did
get
leave
back
behind
up.
some glue residue, but we can get
But
that without that later.
Signalis is
Now,
just
what's funny
it
is
was
it
so
looks
mean
like
to
that
me.
did get rid of the mark, but it's a trick. Notice there isn't the mark on the polarizer either. You can actually see here what the polarizer does. Yep, the mark is
hold
still
on.
there. It's just the whole screen doesn't work without polarized light. This might give us a clue as to what's wrong.
Automod, please.
The twisted pneumatic screens, which works by.
What are you brawling me
Maybe this
for?
mark is indicative of some kind of damage to that mechanism.
Was I
Clean
there?
off the glue with some alcohol and scrubbing, which
Was I there? Was I there
no
though? Because I
joke.
don't
Maybe
remember
tried some WD-40,
being
which I've had
there.
good luck with before, but it had no real effect here.
Hi,
Eventually,
Vaughn.
with enough
Welcome
scrubbing,
back.
it's all clean.
Also, thank you.
Funnily
Hold on.
enough, you can still see the mark
Hold
at
on,
some
hold on.
angles, but where it's coming from is still
Here.
kind of a mystery to me.
There,
I
head
tried peeling
pats.
the layer on the
Yay.
other side, which is simply a reflective layer to help the outside light shine back into your eyes. I wasn't sure this would do anything.
I did
but
have a head
felt
pass
it was worth
command.
a shot.
Um,
Sometimes people
but yeah,
remove
this
it
is my,
instead of backlight, but I just wanted to see if I could find that mark. Nope, just a lot more glue to clean off.
This is
At
my
this point, I
chibi
kinda
Ryu
feel like
model.
this
I have like a
might be
human
done.
like
These
model
remaining
too.
layers feel pretty fused together. I don't think they'll be nearly as easy to take apart. And even
But
if
Vaughn,
I could, I'm not sure they
I
can be put back
legitimately
together.
don't
I think we
remember
might simply have to call
watching
this
you
screen
play. I would
dead.
remember if
Luckily,
I
that
was
doesn't
there,
mean
I
this Game Boy
think.
is dead. Thanks to the community, brand new screens with backlights and modern LCD technology are being mass produced as we speak. And I actually bought one just in case this screen was unsalvageable. So check in for part 2 where I'll install the screen and finally turn this from junk into the ultimate Game Boy Pocket. If you have any theories on what this mark is or ideas for ways I could diagnose it in part 2, let me know in the comments down below.
I specifically remember never having watched a Resident Evil 1 playthrough. I feel like I would remember if I finally watched one. I'd be like, oh yeah, I finally watched Vaughn play it. Like, I brought up watching you play Resident Evil 2 Remake. In Dead Space. I remember. Also, yeah, the White Hog squad.
Welcome back. Or if you haven't seen
That
it,
was insane. That was like actually so awesome.
in part 1, we started looking at this
Look,
junk
I'm
layer.
sorry, my brain doesn't
Turn
work.
on,
Sometimes
the
I
screen
miss
had
your
this
streams.
strange pattern on it. did
We
investigate
can't
it
all
separately,
be
and if you'd like to
lost.
see how and what was wrong with it, go ahead and click this iCard in the corner. But now let's go ahead and continue. I didn't know it in the last video, but it turns out
I am positive I was not there if you played it.
before making videos, but I think the problem here was I didn't even know what to call this. Turns out, much like Chad Warden, this goes by many different names. Screen rot, screen cancer, which by the way is a poor choice of words for a Google search. Some people just call it dead pixels, which I guess usually when I think of dead pixels, it's just like a few in one area, not this spreading virus.
Yeah. I have like a humanoid model. Hold on.
Physical damage, humidity, temperature.
I can turn it on. We can get these out of here.
Earlier in the year, a YouTuber by the name of Hey It's Andy demonstrated that screen rot can seemingly be fixed or at least mitigated
Let's
by
do
applying
this
strong
one.
physical pressure. This is pretty cool and would be great as far as keeping the Game Boy authentic with its original screen,
Come on.
but does seem to require a lot of effort to get it perfect. Even in
Hold on.
Andy's video, he admits that there was still
There
a
we go.
handful of tiny splotches left over at the end. Most people will tell you screen rot is
Okay,
unfixable, and
so
that's only
Vaughn was
I don't know
playing
what it
Chris
is, but I
Taylor,
was
right?
going into that video just
And
Vaughn
Vaughn was playing Chris Taylor. Hello. And there was a level, it was like the last level of the game, right? Where you have to like drive off of, you have to drive out before everything explodes and you die. And there were a bunch of, yeah. Yeah, I was like, I thought you were there. Yeah, the wide hog, as in the wide warthog.
Supposedly for its own benefit. Unfortunately, I soon discovered that as one blotch disappeared, another would take its place. I guess this is why it takes so long. I could see that eventually this would probably all clear up or at least get really close, but since
But yeah, Chibi-Ryu is my something. Some relation to me. Vaughn doesn't like Chibi-Ryu, so I'm sure Vaughn is happy that I put him away.
Well, not exactly. The new screen is actually significantly larger than the old one.
I'm joking.
And it doesn't fit in the original case at all. Presumably it's a generic panel already in production that's been adapted to work with the Game Boy screen protocol. So to get it to fit, you
I'm
have to undertake
joking,
a
I'm
number of
joking.
case modifications, mostly to remove much of the plastic that holds the original screen in place so that the
You say so many mean things about Chibi Ryu. You call him like an anomaly and stuff.
But I guess that's the price of having niche hardware mods that don't break the bank. I removed the front screen cover. It's often called a lens, even though I'm pretty sure it doesn't have any actual optical properties. It's stuck on with essentially some tape, so removing it is as simple as carefully pushing it out. I don't think this is strictly necessary to remove for this mod, but since we'll be cutting and shaving the case plastic, it'll make it easier to keep
Shape-shifting.
everything clean. First,
But yeah, thank you.
to snip off the big chunks, and I have to say,
This model was made by my best friend Lon, who is very good at drawing and live 2Ding. And I'm waiting on a 2.0 version. It's just not done yet. Because this model was a gift. Like this was a practice model. And they just made it for me without even telling me. And I was like, oh my god. Like I lost it because I was so excited. And yeah, thank you. Does this have headbands? Yeah, it does. Okay.
Eventually the case looked like this.
I was like, I think I set it up for every model.
Worse than it feels. It's pretty flat to the touch, and I think the screen should sit pretty flush. Time to try fitting the screen, and it really is huge compared to the original one. So much so I had to keep filing down the edges of these screw holes and the power LED.
No! Chibi Ryu is not evil! He's not evil!
It's almost time to test, but another thing that makes this
Hold on.
wildly different from the original.
I'll show you my starting soon screen. It's got me and some of my friends. I need to add Lost in here, which is a Shurei in chat. I need to add Lost, but there's Vaughn and me and Estrella and Lon. And then me. Right, over here.
What's really astounding for me is how much clearer and sharper that IPS panel is. I've eaten potato chips less crisp than this. I put the buttons back in so I could start playing, and yeah, already I think this was 100% worth doing.
But yeah, I need to like design Lost an outfit for their VTuber.
Because it was so susceptible to changes in temperature
And then I need to add it on there.
Frequent manual adjustment. But here it's been repurposed to adjust the brightness of the backlight, which is kind of great.
Because I designed swimsuits for everyone, asterisk.
For those ones, backlight mods have to use things like touch
Not too
sensors
much
that
work.
have to
Oh, hold on, let me turn that
so that the user has a way to adjust the brightness. It's better than nothing, but not nearly as convenient as having a dedicated knob.
Lon just
It's pretty
messaged
cool that
me.
This mod turns what was one of the more irritating parts of the Game Boy Pocket into probably one of the best perks when it comes to backlight mods like this. Another thing I noticed that was less cool was that it shut off a few times while it was on, but this went away once I swapped in some
Did
batteries.
I don't think I added Chibi on that screen, unless I forgot.
Even a modern, efficient LED backlight like this draws a significant amount of power.
I added BB on that screen. BB's there. Because BB fans rise up.
There are in fact battery mods that replace the AAAs with a lithium battery that charges off good old USB-C. If you played this on the go a lot, I could definitely see that being worthwhile. But for me, I'm fine with my rechargeable AAAs. Anyways, this mod is almost done, so let's finish it up. As I mentioned before, basically the only way to fix the screen in place is to use adhesive. The screen comes with some tape for this purpose, however it strongly cautions that it's designed for permanent...
Nah, I'm messing with Vaughn.
From what I can tell, there's a mounting...
I'm like pretty positive that Vaughn does not dislike Chibi Ryu.
Maybe it's an optional extra? But as such, I'm left more or less to my own devices as far as getting it aligned right on the permanent tape. I saw that other people in my position opted for less permanent solutions, so there wasn't as much pressure to get it right the first time, and eventually I decided to do the same. It may not hold it in place quite as tightly, but will allow us much more room for error as far as aligning the screen goes. Besides, we can always use the permanent stuff later if we feel like it. We can't always downgrade to less permanent stuff. I cut some thin strips of double-sided tape and soon had my screen adhesive in place. Next, I decided to also clean the lens. This too wasn't strictly necessary, but felt like a good idea to make sure there wouldn't be any crap stuck between it and the screen. First,
I think Chibi Ryu is all there is.
For over 20 years. I used some WD-40, which helped a little, but most of the work was done with alcohol and scrubbing. It took a very long time, but eventually...
Oh, that's a thing. That's a thing, Suckman. Hold on. That's a Chibi Ryu thing.
Put this Game Boy sandwich back together.
Hold on.
I got the lens stuck on, the bezel is no longer naked. And now for the center.
I can show you.
The screen
it's a thing.
Has a peelable cover on it, so you don't have to worry about dust or fingerprints until the very moment you put it in.
It's a thing.
Let's all take a moment to enjoy.
This drawing is also by Lon. Same person who made this model. Yeah, Chibiru has flashlight functionality.
Ah, now that's some good stuff. Now let's get it in quickly before some speck of dust lands on it.
But yeah,
Alright, there we go. Seems pretty good so far.
yeah, and it's not like
Let's put the
obvious,
buttons back on and stick some batteries in and test it out.
but
Oh yeah, that's looking
my
good.
like
Honestly, this
in
just
the
looks
lore of my
amazing.
character, when
Doing
it's
it with the
dark
hydraulics
out, my
and
entire
right
like
to the
I
focus.
glow. I glow in the
Pretty much
dark,
the
but not like
ultimate
that.
Game Boy
Like literally
experience.
glowing.
Minus the USB-C battery,
Hold on, I wonder if
pretty
there's a
cool,
drawing of it.
just
I'm
the
sure there
feel
is.
great. So I think it's time
Oh
to
yeah,
hang up and
it's
call it
illustrated on
quits.
the reference that
Honestly,
Lon
really
also
glad
made me.
it's over. This Game Boy has been on a really long journey.
Yeah,
to get
I
to
emit
this
light,
point,
and
as I said before, I think this is
Chibiru
now
can
pretty
like
much the
shoot a light
ultimate Game
beam.
Boy experience, at least for these original black and white Game Boy games. Anyways, I hope you enjoyed this video. I hope you found this as cool as I
Yeah.
did, and I'll see you all in the next one. Bye, guys.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. That's a thing. That's a thing. But yeah. Like, yeah.
Let's talk about failure. We all do it, let's just get that out of the way. Some say I've never stopped failing.
I don't fail. I'm built different.
Sometimes it just doesn't work out. Especially when you're doing repairs, you never really know if you're going to succeed, and every now and then you just don't. At that point, I have to decide whether to scrap the video or find some way to make it work even so. Usually I end up scrapping it. But as I've been moving and setting up my new studio, I thought it might actually be interesting to go over some of these old projects and show you some footage you've never seen before. So, without further ado, here are my biggest failures so far.
So
This
far,
first
oh
one comes from
no.
over 2 years ago.
Poor dude.
I just released 2 videos repairing an NES and I was hungry for more. I'd gotten this CRT because, well, I like CRTs. And despite the fact that most people would consider this a fairly bland TV, I've actually grown kind of fond of it. I like the curved black 90s design, it's just endlessly nostalgic for me. I like that it was made by a car company. Yes, I know, Mitsubishi makes a lot more than just cars, including planes and ships. It's hard to
Boats?
describe, but I think I found it plucky, charming, and its own unremarkableness.
Hold
I'd
on,
say this
there's.
is basically
I
this
think
is
my
it.
cat wants back
The only
in.
downside was it didn't have any inputs besides RF, but there's a good chance it would have been possible to mod some RGB inputs, which would have been awesome and
Hold
a
on.
great video.
I gotta get over there.
too. But right as I was preparing to do that, this happened.
Come on!
The dreaded
Come
vertical
on!
collapse.
I
where
heard
the
you.
electron gun no longer moves up and down, just back and forth from one side to the other. People who work with a lot of CRTs have usually seen this at least once. Funnily enough, if you go back and watch part 2 of my
I never
initial
actually
CRT
watched that
videos, you
movie.
see those vertical issues
Um.
just starting to creep in. This, I'll be honest, threatened to exceed the 2 things I knew about repairing CRTs, but
Yeah,
nonetheless, plunged
but
forward, hoping to save my new friend. The inside was filthy, packed with dust and cobwebs, and while I did make some efforts to clean it as I worked on it, it remained pretty
But yeah,
dirty the whole time I was doing so. Of course, I discharged it, which went well.
Ironically,
Luckily, it was
I
always
sleep during the day most of the
modern
time.
CRTs like this tend to be pretty good with.
But
yeah,
I am a sun dragon.
Next
That's
question was,
my deal.
where to start? The truth is, I didn't know, so I consulted some CRT experts on the internet. The first thing that was recommended to me was replacing the capacitors, which we all know will either do absolutely nothing or magically
No,
fix
no,
everything.
no,
But it
no,
seemed like
it's
perfectly
it's
reasonable place
it's
to
in the
start,
lore.
so
It's
I
not an
went ahead and
immersion
replaced as many
break.
caps as I could, of which there were a lot. But this was when I started to notice the board was more than
Oh,
just
oh my
dirty. Upon
gosh.
closer inspection, it seems to have been caked with what was likely
Meow.
corrosive capacitor chips.
One of my
Unfortunately, it
cats,
was hard to
what
even
she
tell
used
where
to
this
do,
stuff was coming from, because no capacitor seemed to be
she would,
obviously
it
included,
it
just
was
all
my
over
other
the
black
place.
cat,
I cleaned off as much of the gunk as I could with a toothbrush,
and
but
she
I
would,
think this really needs to be run through a dishwasher
she would
or
come in here, it would be
completely
dark,
properly,
I wouldn't have any lights
later
on.
Anyways,
I would be in my
replaced
bed,
the
like, on my
capacitors,
laptop,
pretty much all of them,
and
but left a few of the
she
big ones, which may have been
would, like,
mistaken.
look at me,
What I
and,
do
like,
know is
nuzzle me, and if I looked back at her and I didn't pet her, if I didn't pet her, she would, like, take her claws out a little bit, not enough to hurt me, but enough to get my attention, and she would, like, pat me with her claws, trying to get me to pet her. She was so cute. She loved me a lot. She, like, lived in my room.
It could be that there are components on this board that need, 0.2 2 volts or 0.1 volts, but I don't think the vertical IC does, according to the data sheet. Number pin 5
Yeah.
should be 2.5
I don't think a movie has to have like
I traced
the
the
best
control pin
story
from the
ever
reflection
if
IC
it's
to
got other
this
interesting
transformer.
aspects.
Unfortunately, my lack of analog knowledge failed me here because while I knew this wasn't a flyback,
I mostly just watch horror movies, so.
the model number came up with 0 results, but I guess it's made by TDK, which somehow means it was made by the same company that published Shrek.
Me and
on the
Lon
Xbox.
watched Us for my
But
birthday.
with no documentation and
I've been wanting to show it to them for a while because I really
really
like Jordan Peele's movies. I need to watch the new one, but I do like his movies.
Huge mistake.
And
I was staring at the transformer pins, trying to figure out my next move.
Yeah.
I noticed how corroded the joints had gotten, presumably because of that capacitor fluid. There were many things I could do with this information.
man, I've done some mean things with horror movies though. Me and my little brother.
Scraping at it with a screwdriver.
Hold on. Oh,
While
wait,
all
what is
the
happening? Hey!
With a
That is not
spark,
okay.
A pop, a high-pitched scream from me, and a new burn mark
Is
on
the
board.
video like
The TV
okay?
was even more broken. Now it wouldn't turn on at all. It's the worst case scenario as someone who does repairs. Not only did I fail to fix it, I made it significantly worse, quite likely permanently. From memory, I tested the transformer and confirmed it was no longer outputting anything. The chances of finding a
Oh
replacement
my god,
or
you gotta be
substitute
kidding
for
me.
this were low at best.
Okay,
And I couldn't
okay.
even find a mention on Google, let alone a replacement or documentation. I
Let
didn't
me
even know if that would
open
fix
this back
the
up.
original problem. After all, something was responsible for that capacitor juice. I never even figured out what. So because of that, and because I was clearly out of my depth, the video was canned, and the TV was never fixed. But it was a lesson I wouldn't forget.
She wanted
No
in.
joke, and
You
that's
should
what
have
made
let her
this
in.
failure number 1.
Give me just a second.
Okay, so this next one isn't actually a failure, but it is a video that was never released, and you'll see why at the end. Going back to 2019 again, I found these 2 faulty iMacs for cheap online and thought I'd give repairing them a shot. The first one was a 2008 model whose graphics were so glitched it couldn't even finish booting. Actually, it did manage to once, but only once, and it was chock full of family photos, which is why I'm pixelating it all right now. But you still get to see the palm trees! The second one was completely
Not the palm
the video had
trees.
no sign of life whatsoever. It was
I
also
have palm
2009 model,
trees.
meaning it was a completely different internal design to the other one. I'd actually gone into this assuming I could mix and match parts and get at least one working iMac out of the 2 faulty ones, but it turns out they're completely incompatible. But you know what, that's fine, because why only have one working iMac when you could have 2? I decided to start off disassembling the dead 2009 model, which I fix it labeled as 3 out of 3 difficult. And you know what? They're not wrong. This was not the easiest thing in the world. The only way in is
I totally lost my train of thought. Oh, we watched Us, and it was good. Since I mainly only watch horror movies, I never have anything that's like not horror to like contribute to our watch list. And Lon doesn't always feel like watching a horror movie, so.
Basically, yeah, 3 out of 3 difficult, but hey, here it is. And I at least consider myself lucky.
Oh yeah, odd tinkering or
Once upon
whatever.
a time, Apple used to advertise their computers being easy to open.
We've also made it easy for our customers to access the insides of the iMac. You just unscrew 3 screws in the bottom, and then the back comes right off.
Yeah, nice one, Phil. I guess that wasn't that important to you after all. Anyways, from here, I was hoping to pull off some Lewis Rossman sorcery, finding whatever was wrong and swapping it out. But I quickly ran into the minor issue of I had no idea what I was doing with this surface mount stuff. I checked the power supply and the power button to make sure it was all working fine, but after that I was kind of stuck. This is a
Yeah,
pretty dense
their
board.
videos
Didn't
are
really
good.
work
I like when they put
so
the duck
what I ended up
in
doing was just
the
get a
water.
replacement board on eBay. It was only about $50, and if it worked, I could sell the whole iMac as working and still just about break even. Indeed, that was it. Just some fault in the logic board. With the replacement, it worked perfectly fine. Job done. It could now go on to do iMac things again, like run Windows ME. For the 2008 model, it was a very similar story. The kinds of glitches we were seeing were a telltale sign of a dead GPU, and knowing nothing about GPU repair, I just bought a replacement on eBay. And from that, you might be able to guess why I didn't end up releasing this video. Neither of these are particularly interesting repairs. They did work, but they just weren't the sort of fascinating puzzles that I, and I think you guys, like seeing on this channel. So I made a video with one of them and eventually just sold them off. The failure here was failing to make a repair worth watching. Our third and final project is a failure, and it's kind of a doozy. It also happens to be another iMac, just a few generations earlier. I've always had a soft spot for these old bulbous G3s. Even before CRTs were cool again, I just really liked how they looked. Throughout my lifetime, I've oscillated between
What
wanting
GIF is it?
desperately to collect all 13 colors and then selling off everyone I own because I never really have much use for them. Guess which circumstance I bought this one under? Much like the last two iMacs, I saw it cheap online.
Yeah.
I thought to myself,
Nice.
and I've never had one in this color
Okay.
before, so I had to give it a shot. But there was a reason it was so cheap. This thing was in rough shape. The inner bezel had cracks everywhere.
Eye makeup?
One of the feet
Question
was
mark?
broken, so it was all wobbly. And to top it all off,
No.
it was completely
Okay.
dead. It wouldn't power on at all. I opened it up to take a look, and already bits of bezel were falling out everywhere. I don't think I've ever seen one of these in this bad condition before. Except for maybe Smash Some Stuff's iMac. But it got even worse when I looked at the board. Check this out. I have no idea how that happened. Somehow the RAM got ripped out of its socket and shoved underneath the hard drive? I had to get a better look at
What?
this. We're probably about to find out why it doesn't turn on. Well, I guess I'll take out the RAM stick. Jeez. Well, it definitely got there with some force. If you look at it sideways, it's even slightly bent. And the socket clearly took some damage as well. I have a pretty strong feeling this thing was dropped or fell off onto the ground at some point. That would explain the cracked plastic on the front as well as
Oh no. It's actually something that I picked up from how I name my files when I save them.
Capacitor and a crystal oscillator. The latter of which somehow
because
from the numerous pieces that
because you
fell out.
can't
I
save
had to replace those pieces
a
and
picture with a
people
question
around the
mark
I decided for now to continue to
in like
assemble it. I
the
had an idea
name,
this
like in the
investor
file
would
name.
need to investigate first. But
So
anyone who's dealt with iMac before knows that
if
opening one is a monumental
I'd save something and it
process.
has like a
iMac
question mark in like the
is
phrase, I'll just
really
write Q mark for
Eventually,
question
it
mark.
did pop off, giving us the
And
first
so
photos of the inner bezel
so
damage.
sometimes I'll say
Well,
question mark
it's
when I'm
pretty bad. I did
confused
some research about this and found it's apparently
or
an
unsure of
increasingly
something.
common problem. With age and probably some damage from UV radiation, this old plastic is just becoming brittle and fragile. A lot more fragile than I expected. Oh god. As far as repairing this,
Also,
putting
that's
everything from epoxies to
that's
acetone
really
aside, gluing
cute.
the pieces back together. But what I was thinking of trying wouldn't require any of that. I discovered this 3D printable model of the iMac G3's bezel. Apparently, the creator was trying to do an LCD mod, and the bezel just shattered in the process, so he made this. The repository also had the brackets he used to mount the LCD monitor, but without them, it looked pretty much like a drop-in replacement. I thought, what could be better than a brand new bezel? So I decided to give it a shot. Now, it's important to know at this point that I was under a pretty strict time limit. I was just about to move overseas, and since I obviously couldn't haul this big iMac to another country, I was very much rushing to get it done before I left. I didn't have a 3D printer, in fact I'd never 3D printed anything before, but I did have a friend who was willing to help out. I very much wanted to get the color right because while the outer bezel will probably obscure fine details like minor errors in the print, it is still semi-translucent, so the color of the inner bezel will affect the overall look of the iMac. What you also need to know at this point in time is that my friend lived almost 8 hours away, so coordinating things like color was a little tricky. Sending him a photo of the bezel could easily be deceiving. We all remember that dress from a few years ago, don't we? It would be easier if I could find the right color myself, using the bezel as a reference, and then just tell him what to get. But since we were in different cities, there was no guarantee that anything I could find would be available over where he was, and there wasn't enough time to mail anything to him. Printing the pieces was going to take several days, and so would mailing the pieces to me, so in the interest of saving time, I just asked him to print them as quickly as possible with whatever he had on hand, and then I would try painting them the right color myself once they arrived. Which was probably a mistake because now I had to figure out how to paint them, and because his 3D printer wasn't big enough to print the whole thing in one go, glue the pieces together, having never done anything like that before, and all under a very strict time limit.
Stress level?
0.
Meanwhile, I'd been consulting with a friend who knows even more about these iMacs than I do. He discovered that the capacitor that was knocked off the board wasn't actually necessary for the board to run. This could mean the crystal oscillator is the only thing preventing the board from starting up. It was worth testing out, and rather than wait for a new crystal to arrive, I realized I could bodge the old one back on with wires. Okay, it looks ridiculous and certainly isn't a permanent solution, but it should at least give us an answer. I put in a non-bent stick of RAM into the undamaged socket and powered it on. Much to my amazement... Oh. Really? Really? Suffice it to say, I was feeling really good about this project now. If the new bezel worked out too, this could make for a complete repair and restoration. And speaking of the new bezel, it was about to become very important. As I removed the old bezel, it just kept breaking more and more until finally, mere seconds after getting it out, this happened.
Oh my gosh.
Well then, seems like a good time to get back to that new bezel, doesn't it? Our first matter of business was removing these support structures that the 3D printer made. But being new to 3D printing, this was a lot harder than I expected. And even after I got them off, there was a lot of residue left behind. I did some sanding to try and remove the last bits, which I probably would have had to do anyway for the paint to stick. And eventually they were smoother. They don't look great, but I think they'll be fine after some paint. But I decided it would be best to glue them together first, which was already threatening to be a problem in itself. The creator had left some holes for toothpicks to help with alignment and structural integrity, but the 3D printer had ended up filling a lot of these in, making them basically useless. I tried drilling them out, but I think the drill bit was too thick because after that, the toothpicks were kind of loose.
Everything just keeps going wrong with this project he's talking about. Like,
but none of that would
bro.
matter once I realized the biggest mistake that I'd made. I had assumed this bezel would be a drop-in replacement, but no one ever actually said that. And with the time constraints, I hadn't asked anyone or made super sure of it myself. Lo and behold, look what happened when I tried screwing one of the pieces in.
Oh no.
Now, under normal circumstances, this wouldn't be a showstopper. I'd probably try editing the model myself to extend the screw holes and make it more faithful to the original. I'd probably reprint it in the right color gray and maybe even use a service that could print the whole thing in one piece. But in my circumstance, I'd just run out of time. There was no way I could fit any of that in before I
Yeah.
left. And
These are the style busts I'm doing for the art game I'm doing these for.
This was how I had to leave it behind. My only solace was that at least I could leave it with a friend who was interested in doing the bezel himself. Maybe I'll post an update if he manages to pull it off. I think the takeaway from these projects should be that nobody's perfect, least of all me. Sometimes people ask how I know a lot of this stuff, and oftentimes I'm just learning as I go. Every project teaches me something new that makes me slightly more knowledgeable for the next project, and that especially includes the projects that don't really work out. Anyways, thank you all for watching and for your patience as I've been setting things up here. We'll be all back to normal in the next video, and I hope to see you all then. Bye guys.
After I finish coloring this and all that, I'm gonna be right back.
You know that one store that sells
For maybe
games
like
and
5 minutes, I'll be right back.
sucks? You know the one I mean. The one whose premium refurbished consoles are sometimes straight up broken on arrival. Yeah, you know what I mean. Even if it wasn't in the title, you know what I mean. Well, the Wii U I'm about to show you wasn't good enough for them. Yeah. To tell us all about the Wii U, I've invited friend of the channel and former employee of Terrible Game Store, Sarah, aka Wild Fan appeared, who donated it to me. So go ahead and tell us how you got this Wii U.
So I was organizing games behind the counter with my manager when this woman comes in with a shopping cart full of completely trashed consoles. They are really dirty. Obviously, they've been in a dumpster. We've gotten these before. And she comes up to the counter with this shopping cart and says like, hey, how much money could I get for these? And the manager just looks at her and looks at the consoles and is like, yeah, we can't, no. And she didn't even like put up a fight. I think she knew. So she was like, can you guys just like throw them out for me?
She was like, understandable.
Exactly. We were just gonna throw them out, but I took a look at them and I realized like maybe I could fix them or like clean them off or something. So I asked my manager like, hey, can I take these off your hands? And he's like, I mean, if you wanna. So I tried my best, scrubbed them down, gave them a little blowing. Can I say that? So I realized that that might be something to take home and maybe sell. But then I realized quickly that no one wants these junk consoles. No one's gonna be dumb enough to actually pay money for these until I met Matt. So I decided to donate them to Matt's channel so that way they could actually have life again. And I'm excited to see what he does with them.
Aw, wholesome.
Yeah.
So when I saw this, I thought, man, I've never had a Wii U before, and this, several years after its discontinuation, seems like a good time to get into it. I'm actually only half joking. Sure, the Wii U's game library is somewhat underwhelming, and history will remember it as Nintendo's worst-selling game console. Not even Steve from Stranger Things could make the Wii U a success. But due to tireless efforts from the community, a Wii U that's modded to run homebrew can actually run all sorts of games. While officially the Wii U only supported games for the Wii U, Wii, and whatever was on the Virtual Console, the homebrew app Nintendo opens it up to GameCube support too, not to mention the countless other games you could play through community emulators. You can in fact play almost the entire Nintendo game library on a modded Wii U, minus Switch games of course, and that's pretty cool. So I was actually interested in having a Wii U for the first time, but I did have a problem even before I could test it out. People from the Wii U gang already know what I'm talking about. Unlike the Wii, or in fact any other console ever made, the Wii U comes in a two-part solution where neither part can actually function on its own. Now, most consoles need a controller, so that might not seem that out of the ordinary, but again, unlike any other controller ever made, Nintendo never sold the Wii U tablet as a separate product on its own. One gamepad per console, decreed Lord Nintendo, and no gamepad, no gameplay. The result of this is a bizarre situation where secondhand consoles without their tablets are almost completely
I was showing
worthless.
off your
If
art
you and
and
friends are
stuff.
playing local multiplayer, only one of you can have the gamepad. Everyone else has to use Wiimotes.
One thing I enjoy about the holidays is just how much closer it brings us together.
Oh please, does anyone actually want to play Tug of War with a Wii U tablet? This really is the only way to get a multiplayer experience out of the tablet, and even Nintendo couldn't think of all that much to do with it because every single time they show the
Yeah,
same
I was
damn
showing the
game.
reference you've
So
made
yeah,
for
with the
me
one
and
tablet
some of the
policy,
art
we
you've
are in a
done
bit of
in
a
this
bind
model,
with this.
obviously.
Literally, the only way to replace a broken or lost gamepad is for another console to sacrifice its own. Not even Chinese bootleggers have managed to mass produce any clones, and you know they would if they could. So yeah, this console ended up sitting around for a while so I could procure its second half. Due to the relative scarcity yet absolute necessity of Wii U tablets, finding an affordable one can be a challenging prospect. Many of them are listed for the same price as a whole console with the tablet because, well, the only alternative would be to buy a whole Wii U and sacrifice its tablet. But after a few months of searching, I finally found a tablet relatively cheap. With the tablet and console united, we could finally start getting nowhere. I was also missing a power adapter, and despite the fact that Nintendo
Good morning.
uses
I'm
fairly
about to
standard
be right back
voltages in all of their
after I
consoles,
finish
starting
this.
with the N64, they use completely proprietary plugs, so you can't, for instance, fashion a replacement from power adapters you already have, like I did with my NES a few years ago. This forces you to either buy a second-hand adapter, again from some other console that sacrificed theirs, or buy a third-party generic from some company in China. That's the thing, it's not like they're cornering the market because these aren't hard for electronics manufacturers to reproduce. They're only hard for people like me, and it forces me to spend money, not to Nintendo I might add, and contribute to plastic and e-waste in the process. At least these generics are usually universal voltage, arguably making them better than Nintendo's own effectively region-locked adapters. I made a whole video about that problem if you want to check that out. Anyways, now we can finally test this Wii U and answer the burning question of does it actually work? Let's plug it in. Okay, so far nothing has blown up. Let's power it on. Alright, well, it seems to be working. And this is, I guess, the previous owner's me, who seems to go by the name... And now to pair the tablet. Even though replacements weren't readily accessible, the Wii U does fully support synchronizing with the tablet it didn't ship with. And speaking of the tablet, now that I'm getting a good look at it, it's really not in the best shape, is it? Especially those thumbsticks. By the looks of it, I'm guessing a dog started using this, and not to play Breath of the Wild. But it turns out that was the least of
Oh,
the
I think it's cause different countries have different wall sockets.
When I bought the tablet, I still lived in Australia.
Question
Guess
mark?
what the company
Maybe?
that region locks their AC adapters did to their gamepads? Yeah, so the Wii U refuses to even start up if you pair it with a gamepad from a different region. Wow, cool. Not content with making the tablet hard enough to replace as it is, Nintendo also had to restrict what tablets could pair with what consoles. Honestly, this really pisses me off. Imagine turning on a PS2 just for it to then say, "Fuck you, this controller is foreign." No wonder the Wii U was a failure. I've heard theories that this is due to differing rules and regulations regarding wireless communications between countries, but I've never seen any official statements say this, and honestly I think it's just Nintendo being Nintendo. It's like they create the nicest, cutest games with the most disdain for their actual audience. Thanks, Nintendo. Very cool.
Alright, I will be right
But
back.
no matter, I was planning to do some self-modding anyway, and surely someone's worked around this gamepad region issue, right? Well, yes and no. While some efforts have been made to reverse engineer and even re-implement the gamepad in software, overall the gamepad has remained fairly unhacked. There is no known way
Is it this
to
one?
change a Wii U gamepad's
Yeah.
region. This was concerning. I started wondering if I'd have to search for yet another tablet or even take a stab at reverse engineering myself. But luckily, none of that ended up being necessary. Turns out with a modded Wii U, you can force it to pair even with a gamepad from another region. As
Okay,
detailed
I don't know how long that's
from
been frozen. I'll be right back, okay?
famous.trade.
Give me like 5 minutes.
So modding, which I was already planning to do, is now priority number 1. But even that requires a gamepad to get the process started. It's a catch-22 for sure. Can't pair until it's modded, can't mod until something's paired. But don't worry, I think I've found a solution.
That's right, we're gonna cheat.
Look what I got from Trader Joe's. Just kidding, I borrowed this from a friend. It's a US tablet, so we should be able to get at least everything started. Indeed, it syncs perfectly fine, and from here I could do some soft modding. I won't make a tutorial about modding here because modding methods change all the time, especially when newer, better ones come along. What I will say is if you go to wiiu.hacks.guide, that'll definitely get you there. I was surprised that, unlike the Wii, most of the Wii U mods are semi-tethered, in that the modded state has to be activated manually on every boot. The current PS3 Hensoft mod is very similar in that regard. As of this video, the only method that does load your Wii U directly into a modded state on boot is Cold Boot Haxchi, which requires purchasing a legitimate, paid DS Virtual Console game. The cheapest being Brain Age at $7 or €6.29. Brain Age also happens to be the best-selling game on the Wii U eShop right now. I'm sure that's just a coincidence. But me, being very cheap, I chose the indexing method, which hijacks the internet browser rather than a DS game. There's no cold boot variant of this one, so you have to activate it manually every boot, but hey, I saved $7 and the chances of me ever wanting to browse the actual internet on the Wii U is pretty slim. Okay, so here's the homebrew launcher, which means we're officially all modded. So how do we get this Aussie tablet to sync? Well, we need to install a program called System Config Tool. Now let me just say, this thing has a reputation. It's apparently a part of Nintendo's official SDK and therefore highly confidential. Yeah, I mean, we wouldn't want those pesky users using the wrong region gamepad, would we? Adding to the scariness of this, you'll see all sorts of warnings in tutorials about potentially bricking, making sure you use the quote-unquote safe version, people saying you have to use RedNAND, followed by people saying RedNAND is obsolete and unnecessary. Basically, there's a lot of noise out there, and it was hard to sift through it all. Anyways, I eventually found a link to the version I needed and was soon installing System Config Tool onto my Wii U. I loaded it up, paired the Australian tablet back, and unceremoniously rebooted. Now for the moment of truth. Will it boot up without complaining about the region? Hey, and there we have it! F you, Nintendo, your region locks ain't shit. I can now return my friend's gamepad and all will be right in the world. I then noticed something else. The Wii U had been quite noisy this whole time, but I didn't think much of it, assuming it was just the fan. But I realized it sounded suspiciously like a disc spinning. Could this Wii U have had a game in it this whole time? Hey, nice. Free copy of Super Mario Bros. U? That's just the cherry on top of the sundae. I was surprised I hadn't noticed this earlier, but it turns out the disc itself was covered in fingerprints, which meant the Wii U was actually having trouble reading it. I wiped the disc clean and the game sprang to life, confirming even the disc drive seems to work. Imagine if the original owners got rid of the Wii U thinking the drive was dead when it was actually just a dirty disc. Even though I wasn't planning on using the disc drive much, it was good to know that it still seemed to work. Honestly, this whole setup is now pretty much perfect. Except, this gamepad does look and feel pretty terrible. So let's do some light restoration work. First, I want to replace these thumbsticks. These ones are absolutely god-awful, and I think it really is about time they got replaced. Like most controllers, you have to take a lot of it apart to get to the thumbsticks, but it's pretty straightforward. Ironically, the worst part about it was the screws. Usually a disassembly is hard because they don't use screws, but Nintendo found a way. Firstly, they're those proprietary tri-wing screws, but as long as you have a screwdriver for those, you should be fine. The real problem are these screw covers. I've seen these before on the Wii and they're just the worst thing. If you happened to trim your fingernails recently, which I did so they wouldn't look bad on camera, they're almost impossible to peel off. And even when you do, most of the time they end up ruined in the process so they don't stick on properly anymore. May as well just leave them off. Anyways, the rest was pretty simple and I was soon down to the thumbsticks. And just for fun, I thought I'd try some different colored thumbsticks. I still like how my Xbox 360 controller looks. Let's pop them on and see how they look. Yeah, I actually like that. It's like it's dressed up to be a magician. Plus, it just feels infinitely better. Anything would have been better than those shredded up old sticks. Well, alright, just have to put it all back together. I also wiped it down with some Windex afterwards to clean off the dust and fingerprints, which helped a lot too. Some of this I don't think I can do much about, like the scratches or the other dog bites in the casing, but honestly, now that the thumbsticks are replaced, I think a lot of people wouldn't even notice, at least at first. I also wiped down the console, which was similarly covered in scratches that I don't think I
Okay,
knew much
hello.
about. I'm sure there are ways to improve this, but I don't want to resort
Let's
to
see how many
sanding or
we've
using a
done.
magic eraser because
I
I'm
did
worried
not
it'll ruin the
realize
console's
it's
glossy finish.
7
I'm
a.m.
not really familiar with anything else that could help here, so I think I'll just leave it at cleaning. So with that, the Wii U is all good to go in my eyes.
Thank you. Let's count.
The Wii U is 10 years old next year. November 2012 is when it came out, and while it might seem strange to recommend a console that's nearly a decade old, I actually think in this case it's more useful now than it was back then. Sure, most of the decent games would be ported to Switch by now, but they'll always be cheaper on the Wii U for basically the same thing. And while the Switch has seen some modding, it hasn't been busted wide open to the same extent that the Wii U has. Honestly, for me, just getting to play GameCube and Wii games natively in HDMI is worth the cost of the Wii U, especially if you find one cheaper than a GameCube HDMI adapter or a Wii HDMI mod. So while historically people don't say this very often, I think you should get a Wii U. Once again, huge thanks to my friend Sarah for donating this Wii U to me. You can go check her out at twitch.tv/awildfanappeared. And as always, thank you so much for watching. I'll see you all in the next video.
We'll see if there's one more that I want to do. And if not, then we might call it.
Seeing how I texture swapped the PS2 BIOS for memes, I've posted an exclusive Patreon video all about it. Head over to patreon.com/mattkc or click the link in the description to check it out.
Quick. Yeah, I didn't realize. I might call it. I don't mean to be right back and then, and then leave. But yeah, and our playlist is done. So let me go ahead and get rid of that. Yeah, I might call it just cause it's been like 5 hours. It's 7 a.m. And it's late. Yeah. Hold on, let me turn on some music. Okay, hold on. I can press this button. I'm just gonna not stream so you'll never get abandoned. How about that? If I don't show up, I can't leave. Joking. I'm joking. Okay, clear this queue. Clear this queue. What's this? What's this? Looking. That's great. Sad. No, thanks everybody for showing up. Even if you were just looking, I still appreciate it. if you're from Borelius's raid, thank you. And thanks again to Borelius for the raid. I was kind of shocked. I hope you enjoyed. I'll play more Rhythm Doctor next time, and then we'll probably do some more drawing too. Because it is art fight. We gotta keep drawing. Yeah, thanks everyone who chatted. I had a lot of fun talking about stuff. I was having not a good day for actually talking, if you can't tell. Like, words do not work. But yeah. Thanks to everyone who came in. Jer, Sarge, and who else was it? There was someone else. And Gannett. Yeah. I feel like I'm missing someone. But thanks to everyone who came and chatted. And also, obviously, Hawk, Lost, Vaughn, Sockman, Lon. Thank you, everyone. Lost. That would have been sad if I forgot Lost. Yeah. I don't know when I'll be back. I want to stream again before I go back to work, right? I go back to work on Wednesday night, so before Wednesday night I'll probably be back. Me and Lon might stream together again, and then Lon can bully me and tell me that they hope I get hit by a bus. Joking. I'm joking. And yeah, okay, I really doubt there's gonna be anyone to raid. But we will check. That person seemed really nervous when I raided them, so I'm not gonna raid them. Here, yeah, we can do what we've been doing, and we can find a new person that's doing art fight. That's what we'll do. We'll look for a little bit. Take me to the art tab. Yeah, we'll look for someone who's doing art fight. Oh my god, this person is a little kitty Kigu. Oh, that's so cute. I don't know if they're doing art fight though. So you're gonna look for someone doing art fight. Mute, excuse me. I don't know you. You stop making noise at me. Looking. It's a lot of Japanese and Korean artists on right now. I'm sure we can find someone, right? Art fight, here we go. Yeah, we'll read this person. I don't know this person. They're doing art fight just like us. Oh. Slash raid, please. We can't raid them. They don't allow it. That sucks. Lon, you can go take your painkillers, please. I'll be around after. I don't speak French, so we can't read that person. We'll try this person. Hold on. Maybe. Okay, we're reading this person. I do not know them. Please be nice. Yeah. Thanks everyone who came and hung out I appreciate it. Alright. We're gonna raid now. I'll be back later. And yeah, thanks. Okay. Bye-bye. Hold on, let me open up their stream.
Dang it. Unbelievable. Oh no, you're gonna the UK and collect them. Oh no. Hello? Hello, how are you? Welcome in! Oh my goodness! Guys, hi! Let's jump over here. Hello! Let me give you a shout out. What were you up to? What were you doing today? Hi guys, hello!